motels in the nearby area. The closest one was a motel that was 12 miles
How
down the
y'all
road.
morning going, my
I decided
viewers?
that would be
My
just fine with me.
little viewers.
I was really tired,
How y'all
and then I
doing
left
today?
the rest stop to head for the motel. It took maybe
Shit,
10
I
minutes to
slept
get there,
alright,
and it was about a
I'm
mile
not gonna
off
lie
the
to y'all.
highway.
I went to bed
It was in a very
like
small
around
town that
4 in
really
the
didn't have
morning.
much of anything.
Couldn't sleep.
The motel looked quite creepy, to be honest
And I
with you.
passed out.
It was old, small, and had a little office
I was on
connected to the
last night
side of the building.
just to build.
There was just one level of rooms, with maybe 10 or 12 total. I pulled into the parking lot, which was nearly empty. Normally, I wouldn't want to stay here, but it was just for a quick night's rest. I'd be out of there by 6 or 7 in the morning, and the rates for the night were just $29, which was honestly overpriced. So after parking, I walked to the office to get my room. When I walked in, a man with a longer beard sat behind the counter. He sat up in his chair and asked me what I wanted. I told him I would like a room and then gave him the $29. He then handed me a key and told me my room number. Then he leaned back in his chair again. I left his office and walked down to my room. When I got to my room, I went inside, and it was about what I expected. Not very clean, and old, outdated furniture in the room. The TV was a box TV, but I was lucky that they had one at home. I pretty much just got ready for bed and then started falling asleep. After laying down in the bed, I was there for maybe 2 or 3 minutes and started to doze off. That's when I got this weird feeling. I opened my eyes and turned over in bed. When I turned over, I faced the window. That's when I saw somebody moving away from the window. It wasn't like they were walking by, though. It was like they had been looking in. I saw it for just a split second, but couldn't tell who they were at all. I got up from my bed.
My bad to hear a wash in the background. I'm just washing my sheets in my bed. You gotta make this more good for the lady, before you come over,
It was the best that I could do.
Y'all don't wash your teeth, Josh, especially.
But didn't see anything. Whoever
For
looked inside
the
was gone now. I got back in bed and laid down. I tried falling asleep
I don't know,
again.
I wash my pillows too. I don't know if y'all do that.
Now I wasn't as relaxed as before. I was still tired though, and after maybe 10 minutes, I was finally able to feel relaxed once more. But then I got the feeling again, like I was being watched or something. I was facing the window laying down this time, so I opened my eyes and looked to the window. I could see somebody was there again. At first, I didn't see them much because of the curtains, but then I saw a man's head for just a split second. He then moved out of sight once more and away from the window. I couldn't tell who he was at all because of how dark it was, and how I only saw him for about a split second. I got up and walked over to the window again. I looked outside, but the person was gone. I was really freaked out that some creep was looking at my window. I stayed at the window for a few minutes looking around, but I didn't see anything, so I then decided to go back to bed again. My door was locked, and I covered the window as best as I could. So all I could do now was try to get back to sleep. I got back in bed and closed my eyes again. This time, it took even longer. Maybe 20 minutes later, I was finally able to sleep. I don't know how long I was sleeping for, but I do know that I woke up sometime later. What I remember was my door opening up. The door was old and cheap, so it squeaked open. Instantly, I became wide awake. I sat up and looked to the doorway. I saw some guy entering, and at first, I had no idea who he was. Once more, when he saw me, he quickly left out the door and ran away. It was after he left that I realized who it was. It was the guy who was working at the motel. I got out of my bed, packed all of my stuff, which didn't take me very long. Then I left the motel and got into my car. I drove away and went back onto the highway, and later stopped at another rest area. I slept in my car there for the rest of the night. As crazy as it sounds, I felt a lot safer there than in that motel room. The next morning, I called the motel and tried to report the guy. However, I was hung up on when I started complaining. So after that, I called the police and told them what happened. I'm not sure exactly what they did about it. The man running the place was a total creep. I'm really glad that I'm a light sleeper and woke up when he opened the door. I don't know what he's planning to do. I hope he doesn't do that to anybody else. front doors were. After making it to the lobby, I saw that the guy was not chasing me. I told the employee at the front desk about the situation. She said that she would call the police, and I waited in the lobby until they got there. The entire time waiting, we didn't see the guy. The police got there within probably 10 minutes. Then they searched my room, which the man was gone from now. They also searched throughout the entire hotel. He had left, though, probably through one of the back exits. I was happy to see that none of my things were stolen. Still very creepy, though. After that, I was safely back in my hotel room. Now that the commotion was gone, the police had left, and I was by myself. Probably about an hour later, I glanced out my window. I saw the man walking through the parking lot. My window looked out to the back parking area. The parking lot there had not nearly as many cars as the one out front. That parking lot also backed up to the rear of a couple of nearby businesses. He was walking from the hotel parking lot to a parking lot of another business. Then he went out of my sight. I thought about reporting him or something, but figured that he would be gone again by the time anybody got there. That night, I made sure that my door was locked and my window was covered. The rest of the time I stayed there was fine though, and I did not see the man again. I still wondered though what he was doing in my room and how he got in there. It's possible that he was in the room with me for the couple of hours that I was there after arriving. He could have come in after as well. I may never know. This is a story of the last time that I stayed in a hotel. It happened over this past summer. I was staying in a hotel a little ways outside of a major city. The hotel was decent, and I would say slightly nicer than most. I remember after I got there, I checked into my room, and then left almost immediately after. I was out for several hours until a little bit later at night. I finally returned back at I think about 10 p.m. to the hotel. My room was on the second floor, and after I got back up to it, I realized that I couldn't find my key. I quickly found out that I didn't have it on me and that it was lost. I went back downstairs to the front desk and was able to get another one. Then I went back up and entered my room. I was pretty tired and decided to just go to bed. I got ready and then fell asleep within probably 20 minutes. I wasn't sleeping for very long though. The next thing I remember was waking up. It sounded like my doorknob was turning or something. I was confused, but then I heard the sound of the door starting to open. I had no idea why that would be happening. They wouldn't clean my room at almost midnight. I looked over, but couldn't see the door because of where I was in bed. The bathroom was at the front of the room, so there was a little hallway, and I couldn't see around the corner. As I got up, I heard the door closing. Moments later, I walked over to where I could see, but nobody was there. I realized that somebody must have started to enter the room and then stopped. I didn't know why though, and I didn't know who would do that. I was really creeped out by this situation. So I walked over to the door and looked out of the peephole. I still saw nobody. I figured whoever it was had walked away. I was going to go back to bed, and I turned to my left. When I did, I faced the bathroom for just a second. All of the lights in my room were off, except for a little lamp by my bed, so it was really dark. But inside the bathroom, I saw there was somebody in there, and whoever it was looking at me. I instantly turned back and opened up the door. Then I ran out of the room. I went down the hallway to the stairs, and then went down them back to the lobby. Once I was in the lobby, I told the person at the front desk that somebody was in my room. They went back up with me, but when we got there, the person was gone. After that, though, I decided to get a new room. I moved all of my stuff, and luckily, they had an open room on the third floor. The rest of the night was fine. I still don't know who that person was. I realize now that I probably dropped my key somewhere in the hotel or around it. This person probably picked it up and then could get access to my room. They went in the bathroom instead of walking right into the room, and that's where they were hiding when I saw them. I'm really glad that I switched rooms after that. And I'm also glad that I noticed them when I did.
Acorns makes investing really easy.
Having these recurring investments that I don't have.
A few years back, I found myself walking down a quiet old highway late at night. I had to travel for work, and sadly they didn't fly me out, so I had to drive. I would get compensated though, which was nice, but I still didn't like such long driving. Now, I had originally planned on stopping in a city and getting a hotel there, but I was making such good time that I drove right past it and kept going. By that point, I was kind of winging it, because I didn't know where the next major city was. And not even major city like big city, but just a city with a decent hotel and some other businesses in it. By the time it was midnight, I finally started to get tired, and was now almost 5 hours ahead of schedule. That was good, but now I had no clue where I was going to stay. I took an exit to get some gas. I figured I could drive for another hour or so if I needed to. But after fueling my car, I saw a sign for an old motel down the road. I'm not too picky, and the motel didn't look that nice, but it honestly could have been worse. Without very high expectations, I drove over to the motel and got a room for the night. It was a pretty standard 2-level motel, with each room facing the parking lot and opening right up to it. There was a sidewalk in front of the rooms on the first level, and a walkway on the second one as well. I ended up getting a room on the first level at the far end. So after I got the room key, I got my things and headed inside. The room was actually nicer than I expected. There was a decent-sized cable TV. The bathroom was in the back, and the room was clean. The bed was also pretty comfortable. I took a shower and then got in bed and decided to watch some TV until I got really sleepy. I would say about 30 minutes later, there was a sudden knock on the door. This was really odd, but I wasn't afraid of anything, or so I thought. I got up out of bed and walked over to the door. Then I opened it up. There was a man standing there. He looked somewhat tall and skinny. He had longer hair and a beard. The man said hi, and I asked him what he wanted. His speech was slightly slurred, and I suspected alcohol. The man then asked me if he could come inside just for a few minutes. I didn't know why he thought I would let him in my motel room. I said no, and then I shut the door in his face. After I did, I could tell that he was just standing there, and I hoped that he would go away. I went back over to my bed and sat down. I glanced over, but I couldn't see the guy anymore. I hoped that he was gone. But like 30 seconds later, he knocked on the door again. I yelled at him to go away. Then I walked over to the window and looked. I saw him walking away on the sidewalk in front of the rest of the rooms. I was thinking to myself that I hope he doesn't bother other people, and hopefully nobody lets him in their rooms. Then I sat back down on the bed. Probably 5 minutes after this, I noticed movement out of my window. I looked over and saw that the guy was back. He was standing right outside and was holding what looked like some kind of pipe object. I really didn't know what it was. But then he swung it at my window, and it made a really loud noise. The window didn't break at first, though. He hit it several more times before I heard glass start to break. I realized then this guy must have been insane, and he was probably going to get in. I really had nothing to fight him off with, so I got up from my bed, grabbed my phone, keys, and wallet, and ran to the back. Then I got inside of the bathroom and locked myself in there. I heard him repeatedly hitting my window and glass breaking. I called the police and told them what was going on. They said that they would get there as soon as possible. My only fear was that the guy would somehow be able to break the bathroom door. This was a somewhat cheap motel, so I wasn't sure how good a quality the door was. After a couple of minutes of whacking the window, he made his way inside. I heard him hitting random things in the room. He hit the TV, and I know he hit some walls and other stuff. I remained hidden in the bathroom. Soon, he made his way towards the back. He whacked the bathroom door a few times, and then went back into the other area of the room. After about another minute, he went back towards the bathroom. Then I heard sirens. I knew it was just a matter of time before the police got there now. The sirens didn't seem to scare the guy off. Instead, he was still hitting things. The police arrived within a minute after that, and started yelling at the guy to stop. Soon, I finally heard him stop hitting things. The police were able to get him, and I came out from the bathroom. I saw that the room was all torn up. He certainly succeeded in breaking things. At least he didn't hurt anybody, though. After that, I obviously had to get a new room. The rest of the night went well, though. The next morning, I was back on the road. That was by far my craziest hotel experience. super fancy. They had a good breakfast that was free for guests and was on the first floor. There was a lot of things that I was going to do in the city I was staying in. I had several friends in the area, and I was excited to visit with them. After arriving the first day, I spent some time with my friends and then returned to the hotel. I pretty much went straight to bed that night. The next morning, I got up and went down to get some breakfast. It was pretty busy, and a lot of other people were also getting food. I sat by myself in a small table in the corner. I was next to a window, but I was facing the rest of the people there. When I was sitting there, I noticed there was this one guy staring at me. He was sitting across all the way to the other side of the room. This guy was also sitting by himself. At first, I didn't think he could be looking at me, but probably something else that was close to me. I looked around, but there really wasn't anything else there. For some reason, I think he was staring at me. He looked away a few times, but his eyes would return to me every so often. He wasn't smiling or anything either, but kept a straight face. The man appeared somewhat young, but was about average height and somewhat thin. He was also wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and black pants. He didn't appear to be eating anything either. He was just sitting there and staring in my direction. I stayed there for another 10 minutes or so. Then I decided to go back to my room. I was in my room for maybe an hour before leaving and meeting up with my friends again. I was gone for basically the entire day. I didn't arrive back at my hotel until late, probably around midnight. After getting back, things were very quiet inside. But I noticed just past the lobby in the breakfast room, the same guy was sitting in there. He was at a table, just kind of looking around, when I walked sort of by him to the hallway, and he looked at me. It was kind of strange to see him again, especially at this hour. After I passed him by, I went to the elevator and took it up to the second floor. Then I walked down that hallway to my room. I entered and then took a shower and was going to go to bed. But I was really thirsty and realized that I didn't have any water. I really didn't want to drink the water from the sink in the bathroom. I just personally hate drinking tap water. I knew there was a vending machine down the hallway, so I decided to go there. When I got to the door, I looked out of the peephole first though. I really don't know why. It's just a habit that I sometimes do. But when I did, I saw the same man, the one who had been staring at me at breakfast, and again when I got back to the hotel. He was just standing there outside of my door in the hallway. I had no clue why he was here or what he was doing. I watched him for about 10 seconds, and he just kind of stood around. Then I quietly moved away from the door. I was really creeped out and didn't know what to do. For a few minutes, I was trying to figure out what the guy could possibly be doing. I was trying to think of logical explanations in my head, but I really didn't have any. After about 5 minutes, I went back over to the door and looked. He was finally gone. I very carefully opened up the door and looked. I checked both ways down the hallway, and the coast was clear. So I walked down to the end where the vending machines were. As I was getting my water there, it was very quiet. When I finally got the water, I picked it up and started walking back to my room. That's when I heard footsteps behind me. They were a ways back. I walked faster, and then when I was about halfway to my room, I looked over my shoulder. It was the same guy. He was still a far distance away, but definitely following me. I continued to walk quickly to my door, but my heart was now racing. I knew that if I had any kind of mishap when entering my key card, the man might catch up to me. And we all know that hotel key cards can be really hard to get to work sometimes. I finally made it to my door, and thank goodness the card worked perfectly. I got inside and then swiftly shut the door in one fast motion. Just about a second later, the knob started to turn, but it was locked. I looked out and saw the same guy there again. What on earth did he want? After that, there was a quiet knock at the door. There was no way that I was going to answer it. Instead, I went to the phone and called the front desk. I reported the guy and gave his description. I was told that they would look into it. Then I just waited inside my room. About a minute or two later, I looked through my peephole and the guy was gone. But I saw a hotel employee walking down the hallway. I left my room and told the employee what had happened. He said that he would keep an eye out for the man. After that, I went to bed. It took a while to fall asleep, but eventually I was able to. The next morning, I was told by hotel management that they located the man in the hotel the previous night. When question, he ran. However, he did not leave, but hid somewhere else inside the hotel. He was later spotted hiding in the breakfast room behind a table. The police got called on the guy, and eventually he was arrested for refusing to leave. When I heard that, it was a huge relief. It's crazy to think that the guy wasn't even staying at the hotel. He was just hanging around and causing problems. I still don't know why he was after me specifically, though. The rest of my trip went great, but the experience still creeps me out whenever I remember it. It's time. Every good thing in this world started with a dream.
My name is Jeff, and this story is about one of the first times that my parents left me home alone. I was probably 12 or 13 at the time. I would be left on my own from around the age of 10. I guess that's a little young for most, but that's what we did. My mom would always tell me not to answer the door or phone when I was alone. However, I would break the rules sometimes. Usually just to answer the phone, because if it was one of my friends, then I didn't want to miss out. My father was away on business at the time, and my mom was out doing something. I can't remember what. It was about 8 p.m., and I was in the living room watching TV. Then I heard the doorbell ring. I ignored it at first, and continued watching. Then it rang again. I got up and walked to the front of the house. I wasn't going to answer it. I was just curious, and I thought I could peek out the window and see who it was. I carefully moved the curtains aside and pressed my face against the glass. He was a middle-aged man in some kind of uniform. He looked like a mechanic or some kind of repairman. He wore a blue-collared shirt and a name tag, but I couldn't read it. I was watching him for a few seconds when he looked over at me. I was caught. He smiled and waved at me, then said, "Hey there, son. We got a report of a gas leak. Can you let me in?" I quickly closed the curtains and took a step away from the window. I knew that I wasn't supposed to open the door when I was alone, but if there was a gas leak, then that could be bad. I reluctantly turned the deadbolt and opened the door. The man was really quite friendly and jovial. He told me that he needed to come in to check the gas lines. I told him that I'm not supposed to be alone with strangers, and he asked me if he could talk to my mom or dad. That was when a chill ran down my spine. I realized that if I admitted to being alone, then he could do whatever he wanted. He was probably fishing for information as soon as I opened the door. I tried to think of a lie, but the best I could come up with was to say that my dad was in the shower. That would only buy me a few minutes. Tension built while we stood there, pretending that everything was all right. I almost started crying at one point. Then I saw one of my neighbors across the street walking her dog. She immediately noticed me standing there on the porch with a strange man and must have known that something was wrong. As soon as the man saw her coming, he turned around and walked back to his van, then drove off. My neighbor asked me who that was. I told her what had happened and that he was with the gas company, that there was a leak. Then she calmly told me to stay in the house while she called my mom. My mom rushed home, and when she heard what happened, she called the police. It was then that I realized how serious the situation was. We never found out who that guy was, but when my mom called the gas company, they said they hadn't sent anyone, and that there was no leak.
Yeah, I'm finding more gold than diamonds.
I'm a 27-year-old woman, and I used to live in a shared house with a few of my friends from college. It had been about 5 years since we graduated, but we all managed to find work in the same city, so we decided to move in together. This story took place during Thanksgiving of last year. My roommates had all gone to spend the occasion with their families. I, however, don't have the best relationship with my parents, so I stayed and had the house to myself. Besides, there was a work event that I wanted to go to, just a little get-together at a local bar. We had a few drinks and talked about work for a while, and after 2 hours, I decided to call the night early. I decided that I'd rather watch some Netflix and go to sleep at a reasonable hour. I called an Uber and stood on the sidewalk waiting. The car pulled up and I got in, taking the back seat. The driver was about 45 years old with a bald head. He was very friendly and talkative, and although I didn't really feel like talking, I didn't want to be rude. He asked me some mundane questions about what I was up to that night. I told him that I was out with my coworkers and that my roommates were away for Thanksgiving. He laughed awkwardly, then said, "So you're home alone?" Then he looked back at me with a smile. I immediately got a feeling in the pit of my stomach when I realized what I had done. I should have never told a stranger that I was home alone, especially because I had already given him my address. I tried not to dwell on it, though. He was probably harmless, I thought. We eventually made it to my house, and I got out of the car. I walked to my front door and stepped inside. Once I locked the front door, I peered out the window and breathed a sigh of relief when I saw the car drive away. I went to my room and got into bed. I was watching something on my laptop when I heard a noise from downstairs. It was a long creaking sound, like somebody was opening a door really slowly. My stomach turned when I realized that I couldn't remember if I had locked the back door. I didn't even check. I quickly closed my laptop and placed it on my nightstand. Then I walked to my door and stood there listening. At this point, I wasn't sure if there was anyone in the house, so I wanted to make sure before calling the police. With my ear firmly pressed against the door, I could hear the faint sound of footsteps coming from downstairs. Someone was in the house. I almost panicked, but somehow managed to stay in control. I moved my dresser in front of the door, but when I did, the footsteps became louder and quicker. Now I realized that doing so revealed my location in the house. He was coming for me. I ran into my closet and dialed 911. Whispering into the phone, the operator told me to stay calm and that the police would be there in 5 minutes. 5 minutes sounded like an eternity, but I knew I could make it. Just then, I started to hear pounding on my bedroom door. Neither of us said a word, but the door was opening. The dresser wouldn't hold him for long. Then I shouted out that the police were on their way. I guess that was enough to scare him, and he stopped trying to get in. That was when the squeak sound of police sirens emerged from the distance. A few long minutes later, a female officer knocked on my door and said that it was safe to come out. She told me that they had arrested the guy and had him in custody. I then told her about the creepy experience I had with the Uber driver earlier in the evening. It was then that we walked out to the street. I saw my tormentor sitting there in the back of a police car. It was him, my Uber driver from that night. I had no idea what would have happened if I hadn't heard the door opening that evening. What if I had gone to sleep earlier? Either way, this was the most terrifying experience of my life, and if you're ever home alone, whatever you do, don't tell a stranger. When I was growing up, my mom used to work the late shifts as a nurse at a retirement home. Her shifts would start at 6 p.m. and go until 2 a.m. She used to get a babysitter for my brother Andrew and I, but as soon as we were old enough, we would be on our own. That was fine with us because we felt really mature and grown up having the house to ourselves. Neither my brother nor I were really troublemakers by anybody's standards. We were actually pretty good students. We'd get our homework done on our own, then usually just watch TV and hang out afterwards. We were sitting on the couch in front of the TV. Our living room was at the front of the house, and there was a window next to the TV, so we could see the street and sidewalk out of our peripheral vision while we watched. It was a quiet night, but there were a few cars passing by, and also 1 or 2 people walking down the street. I eventually started to notice something strange. I had seen the same van pass our window at least 3 times. It was an older gray minivan, probably from the late 90s. I turned my attention away from the TV and started watching the street more closely. After I saw it another time, I told my brother. He hadn't noticed because he was focused on the show. The both of us sat there, looking out the window, and sure enough, we saw the same van another 2 times within 3 minutes. This guy was just driving back and forth on our street. It seemed strange, but we didn't worry too much at first, because maybe he was lost. We noticed it passed by another few times, and started to get concerned. Both of us were now fixated on the window, but after another few minutes, it seemed to stop. We were both relieved and went back to the TV. After a few episodes of whatever we were watching, it was starting to get late, and my brother and I decided to go to bed. Andrew went upstairs, while I got up from the couch and walked past the window. That's when I noticed something terrifying. That old van was parked in front of our house on the street, just out of view of where we were sitting. I quickly closed the curtains, then slid them open a crack to peek through. There was a man sitting in the front seat of the van. Had he just been sitting there this whole time? I thought. I couldn't really make out any details about him, but one thing did strike me. His eyes had a seriously disturbing look. The reflection of the bright streetlights gave them an evil, yellowish glow. I don't think he saw me behind the curtains, but he was definitely looking at our house. I called up to Andrew and told him to come downstairs. He looked out the window to see the man sitting there in the driver's seat of the van. I think he saw me, my brother cried. We were terrified, and after some discussion, we decided to call our mom at work. My brother and I took pride in being able to take care of ourselves, so we didn't like to bother Mom at work, but this was serious. As soon as we told her what was happening, she raced home. Less than 15 minutes later, I watched her car pull into the driveway. I then turned my attention to the spot where I saw the van, and it was gone. He had taken off, probably as soon as my mom got home. We never found out who that guy was or why he was there. My mom did call the police, but there was really nothing they could do. We didn't even get a license plate number. This incident shook all 3 of us to the core, and for another year or so after, my mom started getting a babysitter again.
It's your anniversary today. You could have arrived empty-handed, but you exist in a world where it's easy to get flowers this fresh. Your door to better relationships. DoorDash.
This happened a long time ago, so I apologize if some things do not seem clear. I've removed this experience from my memory for reasons that will become obvious. But now I've decided to tell people what happened, because I realize it's not something I should hide. Me and my brother Ron were home alone, and we were in my room watching the NFL on TV. We were screaming at the screen whenever our team did something stupid. We were 40 minutes into the game. The quarterbacks were messing around, and out of frustration, Ron slammed his fist into the remote, turning off the television by accident. I said, "What the hell?" and turned the TV back on. As the screen loaded back up, we heard fast-paced footsteps downstairs. Ron and I quickly turned our heads to the bedroom door. I turned down the volume so we could hear the noises more clearly. "I think someone's inside," Ron said. I could hear the stutter in his voice. He was anxious. "No, it's probably just the dog," I replied. Ron, however, was a lot more cautious. He walked over to the door and locked it. Then I realized that the click it made would have alerted the intruder, if there was one. At the time, though, I brushed it off as the Jack Russell Terrier. But we heard more footsteps. Ron whispered, "That's not the dog." Ron, being nervous, put me on edge, so I agreed with him, and we turned off the bedroom lights. Ron ran around the room, trying to find some sort of object that we could use as a weapon. I sat next to the door, with my ear placed on the wall. The doors were thin, so if there was anyone inside the house, I would hear. Nothing happened. It was just dead silence. Ron had his phone ready, in case we needed to dial 911. I laid on my chest and looked through the gap under the bedroom door. I didn't notice anything at first, but on closer inspection, I could just barely make out a pair of faded boots down the upstairs hall. I felt my hands shaking as I pushed myself back up to my feet. I tiptoed over to Ron, who was waiting anxiously for information. "Someone's here," I whispered as low as I could. Ron's face went pale, and he stared into nothingness. At one point, I thought he was going to black out on me. I pulled Ron over to our window. I quietly opened it and looked down to the grass, 2 stories below. Ron was still in a different world, as if he'd blocked himself out from reality, leaving the responsibility to me. I tried not to pay much attention to him, and instead focused on our escape. I took Ron's phone out of his hand as he crouched on the carpet. He had installed one of those apps where only specific fingerprints could enter the phone. I took his hand, which was shockingly cold, and held his pointer finger onto the screen. I jumped out of my skin when the phone let out a loud beep, and all of a sudden, I could hear the footsteps running straight to the bedroom door. I quickly typed in 911 and put one leg out the window. I heard loud thumps on my bedroom door and shouting. He was shouting, "I'm going to kill you." I climbed out the window and landed on the porch roof, and I shouted back to Ron for him to follow me. Ron stood up quickly and stumbled out the window. He landed on the roof beside me, and I forced the window shut again. "We need to jump," I said. I could hear faint thumping behind the walls. He was struggling to get into our room. I jumped off the porch roof and sprained my ankle. Ron was wobbling on the edge, clearly hesitant. "Quick," I whispered. I avoided shouting because the intruder would have known that we were outside. Ron touched his chest, head, right shoulder, and left shoulder, making the cross, and then he jumped. He rolled when he landed on the ground, and when he got up, he rubbed his neck, and then we ran away. We had run a good 6 blocks before I realized that we had left the dog behind. Suddenly, I heard a faint voice in my jean pocket. I pulled out the phone and heard a woman asking if we were still there. It was the 911 operator. I told her that we needed the cops immediately. She told us to stay on the line, and that the cops were en route to the house. I burst into tears from what had just happened, but my main concern was for my dog. I talked to the operator as both me and Ron slowly walked back to the house. We heard the siren and felt weight lifted from our shoulders. I sat in my chair on the porch with Ron in a squat position beside me. We were both waiting anxiously to come face to face with the intruder. 4 cops came out, but they didn't have the guy. They did, however, have Lewis. Lewis was my dog. I stood up and took him from the officer, holding him close. I kissed his head and patted his back. I sat back down in the chair and placed Lewis on my lap, still hugging him and apologizing for leaving him behind. The cops explained that there was no one inside, and there was nothing stolen either. In fact, they explained that there was nothing that would have proven someone had invaded our property at all. They never found the guy, but I can assure you, I haven't had a good night's sleep ever since. Every night I lock my door and keep my dog with me in my room. Ron installed some CCTV cameras in the house not long after, and ever since, nothing similar has happened.
Your leak event? Our Gorilla Waterproof Patch and Seal Spray. For the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
My name is Kyle, and I live in a haunted house in Edmonton, Alberta. My mom and brother thought so anyway. I used to be skeptical that the house was haunted. That is until something happened to me personally. I'm 19 now, but this story took place when I was 17, in the middle of August. First off, I'll tell you some of the events that happened to my mom and brother before the event that happened to me. My mom and brother have both had cases of sleep paralysis in the house, which has never happened to me before we moved there. They both told me that their experiences went like this. They felt like someone was slowly pushing down or sitting on their chests while they were sleeping, and they'd wake up with no one on top of them. They were unable to speak or move, which is quite scary when you think about it. Another thing that has happened to both my mom and my brother is that while they were sleeping in their beds, something would suddenly yank off the covers and scare the absolute crap out of them. My brother has had this happen to him multiple times, whereas my mom has only had it happen to her once. Now that you know the prior events, I'll tell my story.
How you doing?
It was the weekend, and my mom had left to take my brother to soccer
for
practice.
So that I can hear in your voice. You all good?
After we had stopped playing, I turned off Discord and said
for me, it's 9:23.
I turned off my PC and sat on my bed.
I was up till like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Videos, because my favorite YouTuber had just
I saw you got on last night, but I took a break, and when I got back on, it was off.
It sounded like dishes in the sink rattling. That was odd, because I was home alone at the time. I sat there for a while listening, and I began to hear the cabinets being opened and closed. I was naive at the time. I just figured it was my mom and brother back early from soccer. So I peeked my head around the corner and walked down the hall.
What's it called? I put a new building. I put 2 new buildings. And
I saw a black mist-like standing at the end of the hall that leads to the kitchen.
I just died, but it's fine. I was strip mining. I know why I died. Yeah, it's fine.
I just stood there looking at the thing.
I gotta get there before my shit gets found out.
After what seemed like a minute or two,
no, take your time. Take your time. You're good. No.
Slammed the door shut. I pressed my whole body against it to keep it closed. I remembered that my phone was on my bed, so I slid over to it.
We got another member on the server too. He's cool.
She told me to get out of that house.
He been helping me a little bit around the base, you know.
My brother.
So it's a fish shack I build. You should see it, and next to the fish shack is that house that's building is a chanting room. It's like 30 levels. You could chant your stuff there. Yeah, I know. I put 2. I know we got 2 beacons. I cooked the water yesterday. I know. I put it there.
Almost wiping out on the way. I rode over to my friend's house, who was previously playing games with me. Once I got there.
No, I died because I would try to fly quick, like a dummy. Yeah, on the ground. Shotgun.
He told me that one time when he was staying at my house, he saw something similar in the kitchen.
But
he woke up in the middle of the night.
Right now I'm working on my next project. What I'm working on is the pond. I don't know if you see the pond, whatever.
Staring down the hallway.
I'm gonna start. I already collect the sand. I'm gonna start replacing the dirt with sand and put tropical fish, you know, all that good stuff, you know. So that's my next project to do right now.
As soon as we stepped inside, we could tell that someone or something had been there, because all the dishes were out of place and the cabinets were hanging open.
My bad for hearing my YouTube in the background.
And we went to our cousin's place instead. They lived 15 minutes away in Sherwood Park. When we got home, everything was back to normal, except that the lights in the house were on. Ever since this happened, I've been a firm believer in ghosts and the supernatural.
You good? I'm coming back right now.
This just happened an hour ago.
Hey, what do you think about the building, though?
I'm still spooked. Me and my best friend were home alone, and we had been for a while. Every time he comes over, we go to the woods by my house, and it's normally uneventful.
Let me know. I could put it on peaceful before you go in there.
Harmless fun, but this time something else happened. We went outside to go to the woods, and nothing much happened on the way.
Coming right now.
But when we got there, something was off. Everything was dark. Tons of trees had been knocked down.
Where you at?
And the entire place was not like I remembered it.
Follow this one.
We kept going anyway, still having our usual harmless fun. At one point, my friend turned to me and said that we should go back.
I don't know if you see the statue.
I looked at my phone to check the time, and I saw that we'd only
he was kind of hard to make. I'm gonna lie. He was kind of like I was breaking him like five different times to make him right.
We continued on.
You know, the path, whatever, you know.
Old crushed Mountain Dew can,
I hear it's like level 30.
And a toy boat that had been completely destroyed by wind and water.
Chinese stuff.
It was probably even older than the can.
You could cook your food, a little barbecue.
Our plan was to go further in than we had ever been before, which wouldn't be very hard
over here,
for us,
over here, you come over here.
Deep.
A little,
After
little,
rolling for a
little
while,
boat, you know,
we
boat
came to a
shack, you know,
landmark that I knew.
dock, you know.
It marked the deepest point that I'd ever been in the woods.
That's all.
It was a bridge built on a log that had fallen
I
over
built
a river
that last
in the
night.
middle of
That's
the
why I
forest.
was up so I was up
I had seen it
up all
before.
night. It was doing that
However,
right there.
one thing was different. There was something sitting on top of it. It was small, and it
I'm
resembled
put
the
on
head of an
peaceful for
animal.
you.
When we got closer and got a good view of it, I could tell that it was a deer skull.
No, I got
Really
we got
white and
another
clean,
guy. He's
sitting on the
he's
bridge.
really cool. He's gonna get
I
on
had
there
no clue
today.
who put it there, and where the rest of the deer was. On the other side of
Yeah,
the
sure.
river, there was a huge hill with a creaky small house on top of
Yeah.
it. When we were looking around, I heard a creak or some kind of high-pitched noise from up towards it. We got spooked and began to run. I could hear my friends
I don't got no
scream behind
lows.
me. We both kept running,
Yeah.
and once we reached the edge of the woods, we stepped onto the road. I asked him why he screamed, and he said that he heard footsteps next to him.
Yeah.
We quickly made our way home. When we got
We
there,
got villager.
the garage
Remember,
door was open.
you could get Fortune 3.
Not knowing if it
You
was
can put
left
that
open or
on your
not,
pick.
we ran
If you just
inside,
want that.
locked the door.
Or not.
I checked the house and turned the alarm on. We were still home alone, and I wished my parents would come back. Now we're still sitting here, and it's been nearly 2 hours since. I can't shake the feeling of fear that those eerie woods left me with.
If you're one of the many
Yeah, it's on
people
peaceful.
struggling financially right now, Bridget's got your back. They'll send you 50.
I was home one night, alone in the house, while my parents and my brother were at my brother's baseball game. I wasn't into sports, so I decided
I gotta
to
go
stay
back
home
down there. I
and
miss all
play
my
video
damn
games.
gold. I'm missing a lot of gold. I had a stack of gold.
I began
I'm
to
missing
hear a
that.
knock on the
I
door
gotta go back down
downstairs.
there.
It was strange.
Cause I might, bro. I might have 58 gold ore or a silk touch.
For someone else's. But then I heard the knock
Shit.
on the back door as well. I made
Hope
my
that
way
shit didn't
downstairs to
despawn.
investigate.
Forgot about it.
I reached
The other thing, I thought I'd pick it up.
but I couldn't see anything.
That's weird.
I walked down the hall towards the back of the house, and when I reached the back door, I saw him. An older man with a gray beard and flannel shirt, standing on our back porch. He saw me and immediately tried to convince me to let him in. But I wasn't born yesterday, so I refused. He looked like an average everyday person, but there was something in his eyes that made me feel like he was hiding something sinister. As I turned around to walk away, he called out to me, "I know you're alone in there." Suddenly, he began to pound on the door, trying to break it down. I panicked and ran back upstairs, locking myself in my dad's office. I could still hear him trying to break down the door, but I managed to grab the phone and dialed 911.
Found it. Here we go. All
The
my
operator
torches.
answered, and I could barely get the words out. My voice was shaking with fear.
Why I can't pick it up?
The man was still trying to break down the door.
Oh, I got a full
I could
inventory.
hear
That's
his
why.
grunts and the splintering of wood as he put his full weight into it.
There we go. I got it, bro.
Police arrived quickly, but the man had already fled. My parents were relieved when they got home and heard what happened.
Yeah, my next thing after I'm done with that, I'm gonna start building like a little more houses around the area.
I knew I had narrowly escaped a dangerous situation, and it made me realize the danger that can come from the most unexpected places. I couldn't sleep that night. Every creak and groan of the house made me jump. I kept thinking about the man and how he tried to break into my house. I couldn't understand why he had targeted me and why he had come to my place. The police
Fuck,
had
man.
assured
I'm
me
tired
it was
still.
just a
I'm gonna
drifter,
lie. I've been up since.
someone who was wandering the
I went to
streets
bed at
and
4,
picked my
but
house
I've been up
random.
since like
But something about that
8.
didn't sit right with me. The next day, I decided to do some investigating of my own. I did some digging on my attacker.
when my girl come
I
over,
found
I'm
out
taking
that
a
he had
nap with her. I
criminal
don't care.
record, mostly petty
Hey,
crimes,
give me 1 second. Let me put
serious
my
offenses.
blanket to dry.
I knew that there was something to this man's attack.
I'm back.
My parents were out of town.
Oh my bad. Yeah, I had to. I was washing. I'm washing all my bed sheets right now.
And not break any rules.
Cause I don't know if you don't wash it, I think that's kind of nasty, you know.
The wind howled outside.
You said,
Rain beat against the windows.
No, no, what the hell? It's nasty, bro.
But every time a commercial came on,
It's like this.
strange noises.
It's like this. If you go on a kid when you got a girlfriend, she gonna be like, damn, babe, your best tank. She gonna be like, wash your sheet, nigga.
Hoping that the storm would pass
Shit.
and I'd be able to sleep through the night.
Yeah. I got a pregnant girl, so it's like, you know, so like anything like stink or, you know, gotta make sure everything smells good for her.
Footsteps. When I turned on the light,
I got damn redstone.
I tried to tell myself that
Redstone
it was
or
just my
mind
imagination,
the shot of
but
it.
the feeling of being watched was too strong. I was sure there was someone in the house, just outside the door. I tried to stay calm, but my heart was pounding in my chest. I was too scared to move, too scared to even breathe. Just when I was about to drift off to sleep, I heard a sound that sent chills down my spine. It was the sound of someone trying to turn my doorknob.
Excuse me.
I lay there frozen
Shit.
as the doorknob slowly turned, and then it creaked open. I squeezed my eyes shut.
Hey, I'm gonna lie, that kid never got back on, bro.
But then I heard it. The sound of slow, deliberate footsteps.
That one kid, yeah,
to my bed.
but what's it called? And I met another guy yesterday. When I met the other guy, I showed him like where you could, if you want to build. He said, "Who house is it?" I said, "This is some random kid I met, you know." And I said, "You could build there if you want." He said, "Okay." And so he took his whole house down, but I guess he's gonna like relocate his base into the mountains.
See if someone was really there either. In the
He's
morning, I told my
gonna be a
parents about
mountain
the
man.
strange noises and the footsteps, but they laughed it off as my imagination. They said that the storm must have just made the house creak, and that I was probably dreaming. But I knew what I had heard, and I believed that there was someone there that night watching me. From that night on, I never felt truly alone. I would hear strange noises and see shadows moving in the corner of my eyes. I never found out who or what it was that night. Everyone thought it was just my imagination, but I know it was real.
Oh, I ain't told you
I
yet.
grew up
Can you hear
in
me?
a typical suburban neighborhood.
When I get like 20 subscribers, I'm gonna do like a giveaway.
Each with manicured lawns and white picket fences.
And I'm gonna, like probably, I don't know, yeah, like probably Fortnite gift cards or V-Bucks, I don't know, yeah, whatever, you know.
Joey was a bit of a troublemaker, always getting into mischief and causing trouble. But I couldn't help but be drawn to his charismatic personality and adventurous spirit. One night, I sat alone in my house, and there was a knock at my door. It was Joey, and he was accompanied by two older boys. They introduced themselves as Dave and Colin, and they looked to be a few years older than Joey. I let them into the house, feeling a bit uneasy, wanting to fit in with the older guys. Once inside, Dave and Colin made themselves at home, lounging on the couch and helping themselves to snacks from the kitchen. I tried to make conversation, but they didn't seem too interested in talking. Instead, they began to argue amongst themselves, their voices growing louder and more heated. Suddenly, Dave pulled out a knife. I froze in shock as Dave and Colin began to fight. They were rolling around on my living room floor. I could see blood, but I didn't know who it was coming from. I was terrified and didn't know what to do. Just as I thought things couldn't get any worse, Joey stepped in. He grabbed the knife from Dave and helped me kick them both out of the house. They refused to go to the hospital, and neither of them wanted to call the police. I was left to clean up the mess they had left, and my mind was racing with fear and confusion. I scrubbed the blood from the floor and tried to put the living room back into order. I was really scared that my parents would find out, and I'd get in trouble. I realized that sometimes the people you allow into your life can surprise you in the worst ways. From that day on, I made sure to choose my friends more carefully, and never put myself in such a dangerous situation again.
You still in another?
I was around 12 years old when my parents started leaving me home alone without a babysitter. It was really exciting at first to have the feeling of freedom, but something really scary happened one time. My parents were out one evening, and I was alone watching TV in the living room when I heard the phone ring. I picked it up, but there was no one there, just silence. As soon as I hung up the phone, I heard the doorbell ring. I slowly walked over to the door, but I wasn't going to answer it. I just wanted to check who was there. When I got there, there was nobody. Just then, I heard the back window smash. I froze. After my initial shock wore off, I ran out the front door and down the street to my friend's house. Once I was safe, I called my parents, and they called the police. My parents came home as soon as they could, and the police were already there. They searched the house, and we learned that we had been robbed blind. The police officers told us that the person who broke in must have known that I was alone. Over the next few weeks, I couldn't shake off the feeling that I was being watched. Every time the phone rang, or someone came to the door, I would jump. I had nightmares about that break-in, and I would wake up in a cold sweat. My parents told me that I was safe, but I was still scared.
Oh, it was called a what?
One day,
One of your friends was trying to add me yesterday, but I didn't accept it.
They had caught the person who broke into our house. They said it was someone who had been watching the neighborhood and must have seen my parents leave. He knew I was home alone, and then he saw his chance to break in. I was relieved to know that the person was caught, but I was still really scared all the time. I was no longer excited about being home alone.
Just take your time. At least not a normal or hard, you know? A gas was been shot your ass off.
And from then on, I always made sure to keep my guard up.
No, I want to make the nether portal, like, over there. I want to make another portal hub. I was thinking about that, like Kyle want to do that.
I arrived home one day after school. No one else was there. It was a nice spring day, so I left the main door open, but just the screen door was closed and unlocked. I grew up in a small town, so crime was pretty much non-existent for break-ins. I put my dog on his leash in the backyard so he could do what dogs do, and then I went back inside. I sat on the carpet in the living room watching TV. When a commercial break came on and the TV screen went blank, I saw a large figure right behind me. My anxiety went through the roof. My heart sank to the bottom of my stomach. My throat tightened up. It was hard to breathe when I first noticed the figure. Even though it was merely seconds, time seemed to slow down. As I turned my head, several thoughts went through my head.
Okay,
Why didn't my
I
dog
got
bark at the
I got
intruder?
8 diamond blocks and
Right.
6
He sat up
diamonds.
outside.
Not bad.
With my head half turned towards the intruder, I could see in my peripheral
I'm gonna work at this
vision
damn
there was
hole.
a person.
I gotta finish this hole, bro.
Then I was thinking that a bear had entered my home.
Cause that's gonna be the new mining area.
My heart felt like it was going to beat out of my chest. I was fully looking at the animal, and to my relief,
You good?
it wasn't a bear. It was my neighbor's dog. He was panting and giving me a puppy smile. Oh my god, I was so relieved. He must have gotten free, and since I didn't fully latch the screen door, the big mutt was able to just push the door open and wandered in. I walked him over to my neighbor.
You lost
I'll never
everything?
forget that moment of terror. Thankfully, it was the best case scenario.
What?
I always latched the screen door closed after that.
My fault? It was my fault? I'm sorry, bro.
I never thought it would happen to me. I always heard stories of kids being left home alone when something horrible happened. One of them. I was 13 years old, and my parents had gone out of town to visit family. It was summer. I had a brother, but he was away at a friend's
Yes.
cottage at the time. My parents left me in charge
Yeah,
of
hold
the
on,
house,
come in, hold on.
and I was thrilled. Finally, I had some freedom. However, freedom came with responsibility.
I'm coming.
And I soon realized it was not as fun as I thought it would be. The first night was
Yes.
uneventful. I spent most of it watching TV and eating junk food. But in the morning, I noticed that all the patio furniture in the backyard was thrown into our pool.
Hold on.
I was shocked.
No, you can't. I'm sorry. The chest plate you can't with the boost. The boost is about to break. The boost is gonna break. I'm gonna lie to you. The chest plate, that's like my only chest plate I got.
I pulled everything out of the pool and brushed off the
Here,
incident.
here's some of this.
The next day was more of the same. Video games and TV.
I can give you that.
Then I got bored and started snooping around the house. I went into my brother's room. My brother was 2 years older than me, and he was always getting into trouble.
I gotta leave this group chat, bro.
Maybe cigarettes or something.
I don't know if you hear it in the background. They put me in a damn group chat, bro. I hate when you do that shit.
With a hidden compartment. In it, I found a gun and a large sum of money.
After that shit, bro, come on, bro. Don't quit that. Don't quit right away, bro.
Some more, and I found drugs hidden there as well. I had no idea that my brother was involved in drugs, and I didn't know what to do. Then I remember the incident with the patio.
Hey, I lost all my stuff before too in lava and everything. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Started to look like an ominous threat. If my brother had a gun, then he must have thought there was.
But I understand though.
I started to feel very alone. I sat in my brother's room for a while, contemplating my options.
Okay, Okay, how the hell they invite me to another group chat, bro? How the fuck, bro?
And I didn't want to get him in trouble. However,
some guy I added yesterday. Ever since I added him yesterday.
I couldn't let my brother continue down this dangerous path.
Hold on, wait there. I can't.
I called my mom.
Ever since I added him yesterday, like they put me in a group chat today.
Disappointment in her voice.
I just hate that shit.
She told me to stay in the house and not to open the door for anyone.
Alright, bro.
Come home early and deal with my brother. I spent the next few hours sitting in my room, waiting for my parents to come home. I was anxious and scared, but I knew I had done the right thing.
You lost everything and just got off like that. I'll do the same thing. I'm gonna get off right away.
They found the gun, the money, and drugs. My parents had no choice but to get the police involved. Since he was under 18, he was considered a minor and avoided having a permanent criminal record. My brother didn't talk to me for a long time. When he did, he was cold and distant. I felt guilty for getting him in trouble, but I knew I had done the right thing. He put me and the whole family in great danger because of what he did. I'm glad I told my parents. It was the right one. It's not always easy to do the right thing, but it is necessary. In the end, my brother was able to turn his life around. He spent a few months in a rehabilitation center and came back a changed person. He's no longer involved in drugs, and he's more focused on his studies. We were able to repair our relationship and became closer because of it. I believe he even understands why I did what I did.
What happened? Oh, I send you it. I guess I send you it. Okay.
It was a weekend in September.
Oh, you just want to watch my background when you play Call of Duty?
Leaving me home alone in our apartment.
I got you. Hold on. Let me send you it.
So since I was only 13 at the time, I was not supposed to go out alone.
Shit. When you gonna get back on Minecraft?
As I opened the door, I was met with a strange sight. The hallway was completely empty and still. I figured that most of my neighbors must have left already. This was the last one.
You good?
There was no smell of
You
smoke.
just laugh. I feel like you laugh at me.
Fire alarm continued to pulse, and I knew I had to leave the building. I started down the narrow staircase, the fluorescent emergency lights casting an eerie glow over everything. I made it down to the ground floor, relieved to see that there was no visible sign of smoke or fire. As I stepped outside,
Oh, he laughed.
I met the chaotic scene. There were people everywhere, crowding the street and talking to each other. Fire trucks were pulling up to the building, their sirens blaring. I felt a little uncomfortable out there without my parents. There were many people around, but I didn't know many of them. It was a large building, and I was not the most social person. I tried to find a spot to stand, away from the chaos, but I didn't want to get too far away from the group. I was feeling very vulnerable. That's when I noticed a strange man standing near me. He was older, with a scraggly beard and
I found diamonds? Oh shit, let's go.
watching me intently. I tried to ignore him. He came closer. His breath
Only
smelling
one
stale
though. Oh,
cigarettes.
2, 3.
He started talking to me, his voice low and insinuating. I didn't like the way he looked at me. I tried to edge away, but he stepped closer and reached out to touch my arm. That's when Mr. Allen, one of my neighbors, appeared out of nowhere. He was a tall, burly man with a friendly face. He lived on the 3rd floor. Mr. Allen was one of the only people in the building that we knew. He saw what was happening and stepped in front of me, shielding me from the strange man's grasp. Mr. Allen told the man to back off. He finally slunk away into the crowd. He stayed with me, reassuring me that everything would be okay. He explained that the fire was probably a false
Oh, what's
alarm,
up, my second
and we'd be
viewer?
back in the building
What's up,
in
my
no
guy?
time. But I was still scared and shaken.
But they got this
I didn't know
whole
how I was
to
gonna make it
diamond
through the
level.
night. As the minutes ticked by, the situation began to calm down. The firefighters finally cleared the building. Surprise, surprise, there was no fire.
Subscribe and like, you know, the
I was
video,
relieved
you
to see
know.
them. I realized how lucky I was to have Mr. Allen there to help me. He was like a guardian angel, watching over me and keeping me safe. I never realized before how important it is to have good neighbors and a sense of community, especially in an urban setting. I still think about that strange man who tried to lure me away from the group. I never saw that man again, so I'm pretty sure he didn't live in the building. Unless there's just been some creep who saw an opportunity and went for it. It was a sobering reminder that there are dangerous people out there, and that we need to be careful.
Shit, I'm kind of hungry. I'm not gonna lie. Oh crap.
This happened a long time ago. I was still in primary school, and I'm pretty sure I was around 12. It was summer vacation, and I was home with my older brother. My parents had gone out of town for the weekend, leaving us alone. We were excited to have the house to ourselves, and feel a sense of freedom that kids my age don't often experience. My brother, who was a few years older than me, was a little too cool to spend this time with his dorky younger sister. He made plans to meet up with his friends at the park, even though he was supposed to stay with me. I was a little disappointed he was leaving, but I understood that he wanted to spend time with his friends. After he left, I settled down on the couch and watched some TV. The hours flew by. Before I knew it, it was getting dark outside. I got up and went to the bathroom. As I was walking down the hall, I heard a loud noise coming from the living room. It sounded like the door had been opened. I thought my brother had come back early, so I walked over to see him. When I turned the corner to the living room, I almost fainted. It wasn't my brother at all. It was one of my brother's friends, Jim, who I knew was a real creep. I had problems with him before, and the other girls in the neighborhood had complained about him as well.
I'm back, y'all.
Then I
Not
did the
bad
only
for
thing I
that.
could do.
My parent was talking to me.
I screamed as loud as I could until my voice gave out. After what felt like hours, it was probably only a few minutes, I heard the sound of a police
I should be
car
done with this
approaching.
today.
Jim must have heard it too, because he immediately ran away.
Just keep up with the speed.
He must
I'm
have thought I
doing
had
it.
my phone with me, but in reality, I left it out in the living room. footsteps, and then I heard a door slam. I cautiously came out of the bathroom and opened the door to talk to the police. They came into the house and searched the entire place. There was nobody there, which was unsurprising to me. Then they told me that a neighbor had heard me screaming and called them. I never found out who it was, but I really wanted to thank them for the help. With his friends, and when he heard that I was home alone, he must have snuck away and did what he did. When my parents came back, they were shocked to hear what happened. They were furious with my brother and made sure he knew how serious the situation was. They also made sure to take extra precautions to make sure our home was secure.
Like, why is not hard? Like, why am I losing hunger?
I never trusted my brother's judgment again. I knew he could be reckless and that he didn't always think things through. The really frustrating thing, though, is that Jim played the whole thing off like he was invited to the house. He was a friend of my brother's, so he said that he was invited, and he was just waiting. It was my word against his, and he never faced any legal consequences for what he did. My parents did ban him from our house, though. This was over 10 years ago, and of course, I did eventually forgive my brother. He was genuinely remorseful, and technically no harm was done, although it was really close.
For every 2 meatball sandwiches you buy, get your next sandwich free. Only in Potbelly. We bring the hot.
Hey, it's me, your skin. Some cleansers get us clean, but take my moisture. CeraVe cleansers help me maintain my moisture balance with hyaluronic acid plus 3 essential ceramides to help restore my natural barrier. So we're CeraVe. CeraVe Hydrating Cleanser.
I'm Crystal, and this happened when I was in the 9th grade. I got home from school at around 3:30 in the afternoon, and I knew it would be at least an hour before my parents got home from work. I usually spent that hour watching TV or doing some homework, but on this day, something was different. As soon as I walked in the door, I felt like somebody was in the house. It was just a feeling at first. I could sense a presence. Then I started to hear noises coming from upstairs. At first, I thought it might just be the sound of wind blowing through the windows, or the creaking of old wooden floorboards. But as I listened more closely, I heard footsteps. Someone was walking around upstairs. My mind immediately went to the worst-case scenario. Someone was in the house. Maybe they were trying to steal something. Maybe worse. I tiptoed to the bottom of the stairs and peered up. I saw the figure of a man standing at the top of the stairs, looking down at me. His face was hidden in the shadows, but I could tell that he was tall and muscular. He was wearing a black hoodie, jeans, and light brown work boots. I didn't know what to do. I felt like I was trapped. There was no way out, even though the front door was right there. I tried to back away, but my legs were shaking, so I stumbled. The man started to come down the stairs, and I knew I had to get out of there. Miraculously, my legs sprung into action. I turned and ran as fast as I could, darting out the back door. I sprinted across the lawn to my neighbor's house. My neighbor, Mrs. Wilson, was a kind old lady who had lived next door to me for as long as I could remember. I pounded on her front door. She opened it.
15 subscribers, 5 more to go, y'all. 5 more to go, subscribers. Get to 20, I'll do a giveaway. Y'all let me know what kind of giveaway I should do. I should do a gift card or Amazon. I don't know. Right? Just let me know in the comments. Comment below.
I figured the man had left, but would he come back? I didn't know, but I was scared. Mrs. Wilson comforted me, telling me that everything was going to be all right. She called the police, and they arrived a few minutes later. They searched the house, but there was no sign of the man. He was definitely gone. We later found out that some of my mom's jewelry was stolen, and some other stuff too. All in all, it was less than $1,000 worth, so maybe I saved us a bit by scaring the guy away. Unfortunately, the man was never caught. For weeks after the incident, I was scared to go back into my house, worried that he might come back. I slept with the lights on, and was constantly looking over my shoulder. Eventually, the fear subsided, and I was able to move on. But I never forgot that day. I was always wondering what might have happened if I didn't run out of the house when I did. It was a close call, and I was glad I got out of there. This happened one evening when I was 13 years old, which was in the mid-1990s. I was home alone watching TV, and there was a knock at the door. It was already dark outside, and I couldn't see who it was through the small peephole in the door. But since the lights and TV were on, I knew the person on the other side knew I was there. My parents always taught me to be cautious when it came to strangers. They were especially strict about not letting anyone into the house when they weren't home, so I was apprehensive. I opened the door just a crack, enough to see that it was a man in his late 20s or early 30s. He seemed polite enough, and he explained that his car had broken down, and he needed to use the phone to call for help. I was hesitant to let him in. My parents had always warned me about situations like this, but I also didn't want to turn him away if he really needed help. I asked him where his car was, and he pointed down the road. But when I looked outside, I didn't see any car in sight. I also couldn't help but wonder why he walked past the two houses right next to mine, which had visible cars in their driveways. I thought he chose our house because it looked like nobody was home. When I told him that, the man became agitated and defensive, which only made me more scared of him. We argued for a while. He insisted that he really needed to use the phone, but I told him to check with one of my neighbors. Finally, I decided it was best for me to just tell him to leave. As I shut the door and locked it behind me, the man started yelling and cursing at me. He called me all kinds of names. Remember, I was only 13 at the time. I stood my ground and refused to let him in. A pretty obvious choice at that point. I could hear him walking away, still shouting obscenities, and I felt relieved that the encounter was over. I walked around the house and made sure all the doors were locked, even though I was pretty sure they were already. After a minute or two, I decided to call my parents and tell them what happened. They were both concerned, and they told me to stay inside and make sure all the doors were locked, to which I told them that I already did. I did it as they instructed, and spent the next half hour sitting nervously on the couch, waiting for them to come home. Thankfully, nothing else happened that night. My parents came home as soon as they could, and I was really happy not to be alone anymore. The next day, my parents talked to several of our closest neighbors. None of them had a visit from that guy. My dad was pretty sure that it was somebody scouting out the neighborhood for robberies. I noticed that all my neighbors had cars in their driveway at that time, so that would explain why he chose us. We also started to notice a strange car circling the neighborhood. I never got a good look at it, so I couldn't tell if it was the same guy, but it would make sense if they were connected. In the end, my parents reported the incident to the police.
I gotta move the beaker down.
We never saw that man again.
Shit.
Life went back to
I gotta
normal.
move the beaker down again.
But a few weeks later, one of my neighbors, an elderly couple, were robbed. It's impossible to know for sure, but I think the incidents were connected. My name's Colin, and I was 15 years old when this happened. It was the year 2001, so you can figure out my current age if you want to. It was a typical summer day, and I had gotten home from school. I was in the basement playing StarCraft, my favorite computer game at the time. I still play it sometimes, actually. I've been playing for about half an hour, and I was completely immersed in the game. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a car pulling into the driveway. I assumed it was my mother coming home from work. I heard footsteps on the porch, which was right above where I was in the basement. And I heard the sound of the screen door opening, but not the main door. I wondered what was going on, so I decided to go upstairs and check. As I walked up the stairs, I heard the sound of voices coming from the backyard. I peeked through the curtains and saw two guys standing there, looking at the windows and talking in hushed tones. At first I assumed they were friends of my older brother, but then I realized that they were strangers. These guys were too old to be friends with me or my brother. They were at least 25. One of them was overweight with a gray sweatshirt, and the other one was around average size with a black t-shirt. both had short beards. Then I saw one of them walk by the other window. I knew that something was seriously wrong. I kept trying to think of reasonable explanation, but there wasn't any. My parents would never hire a repairman or anything like that while I was home alone. I had to do something before they broke into the house. I went to the back door and looked out the window through the curtains. I saw the two guys standing outside, looking around nervously. One of them tried to open the door, but it was locked. He jiggled the handle twice, and I heard a loud pound on the door, as if he hit it out of frustration that it was locked. I didn't think they knew I was there.
Scared how I just scaffolding. It's just sketchy.
I called my mom at work and I told her what was happening. She immediately called the police and told me to stay inside. I went to my bedroom and tried to keep myself calm, but I was terrified. I could hear the guys outside trying to open the doors and windows. I decided to hide.
See,
I
that's
went into
what
my
I'm
closet and tried to stay as quiet as I could. I could hear the guys moving around outside. I was worried that they would break a window and come into the house, but that didn't happen. I guess they were worried about the noise. They wanted to find an unlocked door or window. After another 5 long minutes, I heard the sound of sirens. The police were close. I heard them yelling at the guys to get to the ground and to put their hands up. I came out of my closet and looked out my bedroom window. I couldn't see anything, so I went to my brother's room, and I saw the two guys being handcuffed and put into the police car. It was finally over. One of the officers waited with me until my mom got home, which was only another few minutes. Overall, this was one of the scariest things that ever happened to me in my childhood. I think every kid has nightmares about a break-in while they're home alone.
What the really, bro? How that? These y'all saw that, right? Y'all saw that. How the hell?
I've read stories where the robbers smashed a window or picked a lock right away. Luckily, I was
Minecraft physics, man. Tell me about that shit.
I grew up in a small farmhouse that was nestled in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by sprawling corn and wheat fields. It was the kind of place where the only sound was the rustling of leaves and the occasional chirping of crickets. One night my parents had gone out of town, leaving me alone in the house. I spent the night by myself. My parents gave me some chores to do, but it wasn't much. I spent most of the night playing video games and chatting with my friends. At around 11:30, I stepped out onto the porch for a cigarette. I sat on the porch swing, enjoying the cool night air and the stars overhead. About halfway through my cigarette, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye, and I turned my head and saw someone standing on the road in front of my house. At first, I thought it might be one of my friends or a neighbor. But as I looked closer, I realized that I didn't know the person. He was tall, almost unnaturally so, with broad shoulders. He wore dark clothes, but I couldn't really tell much else. It was too dark to make out any details of his face, but something about the way he stood sent chills down my spine. Maybe it was just the circumstances that made it seem that way, though. The man stood there, completely still, as if waiting for something. There were no neighbors for miles, and I knew for sure it wasn't anyone.
I'll be right back, y'all. I gotta go do something.
No car parked on
Yeah, I'm back, y'all. My bad, I was eating. I had to eat. I feel like a little like lightheaded. Had to eat real quick, but I feel better.
A person was still there. He was pacing back and forth on the road. His steps were quick and forceful.
Excuse me.
It was like he was late for something. He was just walking back and forth. I didn't think he was doing anything illegal, just being creepy, so I didn't call the police. I decided to take a shower and then check back after. The man was still there, but now he was standing still again, looking at my house. I was beyond creeped out at that point. I couldn't go to bed with him out there. Who knows what he would do if I fell asleep. I called my parents who were visiting family over 5 hours away. When my dad answered, I told him what was happening. He thought it was a joke at first, but after a few minutes, I convinced him I was serious. He told me to call the police immediately. I hung up the phone and called the police, like he said. I told them that I needed help. The officer told me that somebody would be there soon. I sat there on my bed for a few long minutes. I looked out the window every few seconds.
I thought I had it.
The man had started pacing again. It took a little over half an hour for the police to arrive. My house was in a really remote area. The wait was agonizing. I looked out the window and saw the police car, and I was really relieved. I went out to talk to the officers, but when I opened the door, I noticed the man was gone. When I talked to the police, I found out that they didn't see him at all. I was really confused by that. The only place he could have gone was into the wheat field across the street from my house. I couldn't sleep for that entire night. I kept thinking that the man would appear at the end of my bed, just standing there staring at me. That didn't happen though, and I haven't seen him again yet. There's no way I can explain what he was doing, or even how he got there without a car. It was seriously terrifying, and I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what happened that night.
Getting ready for a night out. There's no hot water coming from the spout.
Excuse me.
KHS.com.
Let me respawn in Rome, please. Yes, I'm gonna be rich. Ouch! What's that? It's a diamond.
I hate ass like that.
When I was 17, I had 3 dogs. Batani, a Dutch Shepherd Pit Bull mix. Sarah, a Yellow Lab Whippet mix. And Kodiak, a Lab Dalmatian Greyhound mix. Batani was 6, Sarah was 2, and Kodiak was 1, respectively at the time. Even though Kodiak was young, he had a deep bark and growled at any man or boy who came up to me besides my brother. Sarah was a calm dog who hardly barked or growled unless she had to. And Batani hated all strangers because her original owners mistreated her. I was home alone one night. My mom and brother were on their way back from another city when it started raining hard. They decided to stay in a hotel so they wouldn't have to drive in the rain. Of course, I made sure the doors and windows were locked. At around 8 p.m., I noticed Sarah was growling. My heart dropped because, like I said, Sarah hardly ever barked or growled. I then heard a knock at the front door. I answered it. It was the bishop from my church. I got really scared because my bishop was obsessed with me. I tried to play it cool and asked him, "Bishop, why are you here? It's raining." Then all of a sudden, he grabbed me. I yelled Vitani. All 3 dogs tackled him to the ground. I called the cops and my mom. She and my brother raced home. By the time the cops got there, my dogs had messed him up really bad. He was arrested, and my dogs were hailed as heroes. I don't have my dogs anymore, but I miss them a lot. It was a Friday night, and my parents had left for the weekend. I had the house to myself, which was something I was looking forward to for a long time. I planned to order takeout, binge watch my favorite TV show, and maybe invite some friends over. As I settled into the couch with my food, I heard a knock at the front door. I was taken aback, since I wasn't expecting anyone. I approached the door cautiously, peeking through the peephole. I didn't recognize the person who was standing outside. He was a tall, thin man in his late 20s. He wore a blue plaid collared shirt and had a stack of papers in his right hand. He looked harmless enough, but given the circumstances, I was a little worried. I opened the door anyway. I don't actually know why. Maybe it was just curiosity, or just habit. He was very polite and well-spoken, and then gave me some kind of a sales pitch about something that I can't really remember. Something about our gas bill. I don't know. I didn't know why he bothered, because I was only 14 at the time. I obviously didn't make decisions like that. I closed the door and then went back to the living room. The rest of the night passed without incident. I watched TV, checked my social media, and eventually went to bed. But just as I was dozing off, I heard a strange noise outside. It sounded like somebody was in our backyard. I jumped out of bed and ran to the window, peering out into the darkness. I couldn't see anything, but I thought someone was there. I was gonna call the police, but before I could, I heard a smash from downstairs. It could only have been a broken window. I knew that somebody was inside the house. I locked myself in the bathroom. The lock was pretty weak, and I knew it wouldn't have taken much to kick it down. I felt really vulnerable. I could hear the sound of footsteps downstairs. As I sat there in the bathroom, I realized that I left my phone on the nightstand in my bedroom. I had no way of calling for help, or even checking the time. Minutes passed that felt like hours, and I could hear the intruder moving through the house. I considered going out to grab my phone, but I was way too scared. I tried to make as little noise as possible, hoping that he wouldn't find me, but his footsteps were getting closer. He was on the upper floor now. There was a small window in the bathroom. I walked over and opened it. I had to stand on the towel rack to get up to it, but I managed to escape. I stepped out onto the roof, quietly closed the window. I sat there on the roof for a few minutes trying to decide how to get down. My mom had a large flower pot that was right underneath where I was standing. It was half a wooden barrel. It was at least 3 feet wide and 2 feet tall. I jumped from the roof onto it. It was enough to break my landing. I made it down without hurting myself. Once I was down, I started running away from the house. One of my neighbors is a good friend, so I ran there. When I reached my neighbor's house, I pounded on the door, screaming for help. The lights flicked on, and the door opened to reveal my friend's mom. "What's going on? Are you okay?" she asked, looking at me with concern. I tried to speak, but I was grasping for breath. I could feel the tears streaming down my face as I struggled to regain my composure. I finally managed to tell her what happened. "It's okay," she said, putting a hand on my shoulder. "Come inside, and we'll call the police." She led me into the living room and handed me a glass of water. I sat there trembling as she called the police and told them what happened.
Oh shit, I need to be
They
careful with my
arrived a few
PS4.
minutes later. They searched my house, but the intruder was gone. They assured me that they would keep a close eye on the area, and that I should call them if I saw anything suspicious. I told them about the guy who came to my door earlier that day. They said that it may have been somebody scouting ahead to find a good target. He must have known that my parents were away. The rest of the night passed in a blur. I stayed with my friend, unable to go back to my own house. My parents returned home the next day, and I told them the full story. They were understandably upset, but also relieved that I was okay. There was some stuff missing from the house, but it was minor compared to the experience that I had. It's been a few months since that night, and it still really scares me from time to time. We've installed security cameras and an alarm system, but I still feel scared whenever I'm alone in the house.
Portfolio protection.
This happened over 10 years ago, but I still talk about it sometimes. It's my go-to scary story for campfires. My mom started leaving me home alone when I was 12 years old. I guess that's kind of young, but I was mature for my age, and she worked a lot. Those are my excuses anyway. We had a 2-bedroom apartment in a large complex, just off a major highway. I was alone one night as usual. late shift. I was watching TV and slowly chipping away at some homework. Out of nowhere, I heard a loud banging noise. I couldn't tell exactly where it came from, but I thought it was a gunshot. I had never heard a gunshot up close before, so I wasn't sure. The vibrations shook my young body to the absolute core. It was like I had been hit by a car. It was really intense. I immediately jumped onto the floor and hid under the coffee table. I could hear commotion outside the apartment in the hall, but I couldn't tell what was happening. The gunshots kept ringing in my ears, and I was really scared. I tried to stay calm, but my mind was racing with thoughts of what could be happening outside. I wanted to call the police, but I didn't have my phone within reach. It was in the other room charging, and I was too scared to move. I just lay there waiting. Suddenly the sound of sirens began. I mustered the courage to look out the window. At first it was just one police car, and then more started to arrive. Soon there were at least 12 cop cars and 2 fire trucks outside my building. I could hear voices outside, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. I started to feel sick to my stomach, and I wished my parents were there with me. I felt so scared and alone. After what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes, the commotion outside started to die down. I could hear police officers talking to each other, and the sound of radios crackling. I wondered what was going on, and if anyone had been hurt. Finally, there was a knock at my door. I froze for a moment. My mom always taught me not to open the door when I was alone, but if it was the police, then maybe that would be an exception. Then I heard a voice call out. He said it was the police and asked me to open the door. I slowly walked over and unlocked it. There were 2 police officers standing outside, and they looked very serious. One of them asked me if I was okay, and I nodded my head. I was crying at this point. He asked me if my parents were home, and I told him they weren't, but I gave him my mom's number. They talked to her on the phone, and waited with me until she got home. It turned out that my neighbor, who I had only seen a few times, was a wanted criminal. He'd been living there for a few months, and had killed at least 1 person. The police were called when his gun went off by accident. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that someone like that had been living so close to me. The police officers told me that I was very brave for staying calm while everything was going on outside. The police sealed off the apartment for a few days afterwards. They used some kind of tape to seal off the door whenever the scene was left for a night or so. It left an adhesive residue on the door that never really came off. I lived in that building until I was 18, and every time I passed that door, I would see the marks and remember that night. I was 14 years old, and my parents had left me home for the weekend alone. They had gone on a business trip, and I was to stay at home by myself. My mom would often join my dad on business trips. His work had a strong social aspect, and it helps to have a guest. In the past, I would stay with my uncle on occasions like this, but he was busy, and my parents thought I was old enough to stay alone. I was excited for the weekend, and I planned on watching some TV and staying up late playing video games, all things I do normally anyway. The first night was normal. I stayed up late and watched TV with my best friend Ted, who lives down the street. Ted left at around midnight, and I went to bed an hour later. I was fast asleep by 1:30. Something woke me up in the middle of the night. I looked at my alarm clock, and it was 3:30 in the morning. There were strange noises coming from downstairs. It sounded like somebody was shuffling around on the floor.
Shit.
At first, I thought I was dreaming, or still half asleep.
Yeah.
So I rubbed my eyes and tried to go back to sleep. The noises persisted. Despite this, I was so tired that I eventually just laid back down and dozed off. In the morning, I woke up to a strange feeling. The house was quiet. I was alone, so that was normal, but it felt weird. I can't explain exactly what I felt, but I knew something was off. I got up and went to the bathroom to wash my face, trying to shake off the feeling of unease. When I went downstairs, I couldn't believe what I saw. The living room was a mess. Couch cushions were strewn all over the floor. Drawers of the entertainment center were open, and papers were scattered everywhere. I felt a sense of dread in the pit of my stomach when I realized that my house had been robbed. I quickly checked the front door and saw that it was unlocked. There were no broken windows or anything. I realized the robbers had likely entered through the unlocked front door. I was pretty sure I left it unlocked. I felt guilty and foolish for that. The reality of the situation hit me, and I started to feel anxious. I didn't know what to do or who to call. I tried calling my parents, but they weren't answering their calls or texts. I was alone, scared, and vulnerable, and I was also worried that the robber would come back. I decided to call the police. They told me to wait outside until they arrived. I stood outside in my pajamas, shivering in the cold morning air, waiting for the police to arrive. When they got there, they let me tell them what happened for 10 minutes or so. Then they began investigating the scene. I watched as they dusted for fingerprints and took photos of the damage. It was a surreal experience, like something out of a crime movie. The police eventually left, and I was alone again. Over the next few days, I kept in touch with the police. They told me there had been a string of burglaries in the area, and they were working on several other cases that may be connected. That was surprising to me, because I thought our neighborhood was really safe. It was a small consolation, but at least I knew they were doing everything they could to catch those guys. In the end, the robbers were never caught. My parents were surprisingly understanding when I admitted to leaving the door unlocked. My dad said they would have gotten in anyway. I don't know if he believed that, or if he was just trying to make me feel better. Either way, I appreciated it. I was creeped out by the thought that I was alone in the house with them. I can't help but wonder what they would have done if I went downstairs when I started hearing those noises. Maybe they would have split, or maybe it would have been a lot worse for me. Who knows what they would have done to me? It could have been really bad.
K&Q, Intense, Dolce & Gabbana.
My name's Dennis, and I've lived in an apartment above a store for almost 5 years now. It's an old building, but it has character, and it's in a busy nightlife part of the city. I'm not much of a partier, but the area is filled with drunk people on the weekends, and even sometimes throughout the week. There's It's pretty inconspicuous. Many people probably don't even notice it at first. It's always unlocked and anybody can get into my building and come right up to my front door without a key at all. There's one other apartment that I share this door with. The other apartment belongs to a pair of college students who I barely ever see. It was a typical Friday night. I had just returned from a night out with friends. It was around 1 a.m. and I was exhausted. I was ready for bed, so I went straight to my room and fell asleep. However, I woke up soon after to the sound of people in my living room. I initially thought it was just my roommate, but then I heard their voices, and I knew it wasn't him. He was away for the weekend anyway, so I knew it couldn't be him. I got out of bed and tiptoed to my door to listen. I could hear two men talking. They seemed to be drunk. I knew I had to act fast before things got out of hand. I took a deep breath.
Damn, I'm so happy in life. I'm so see, I'm gonna give y'all advice a little bit. Just a little bit.
One of them had a bottle
To
of
keep
beer
a
in his
woman
hand,
happy,
and the other had a
just
cigarette.
say yes to everything.
They looked at me like I was an intruder.
Not yes to everything, though, you know.
I asked,
Shit.
trying to sound as tough as possible.
I love my wife.
The man
You know?
just
We're not
looked at me
married,
and
but you know,
laughed.
been
They were
together for
clearly
like
drunk.
been together for
They
like
weren't taking me
3
seriously.
months now.
I could feel my
4
heart rate
months.
increase,
It's been
and I started to feel an
maybe for a while
adrenaline
now.
rush. I said, "What are you doing
Oh, I
here?
got a second viewer in
This is
here.
my
What's up,
apartment,
y'all?
and you need to leave now," I shouted.
How y'all doing, my
The
second
man just
viewer?
laughed again. again.
my second video
Continued to
doing?
talk as if I wasn't even there. I could feel my frustration and anger building. I knew I had to do something to make them leave. Get out of here
Yo,
now.
how y'all doing
They
today?
yelled,
How y'all
taking a step
doing?
closer to them. That's when they got more aggressive. One of them pushed me back, and I stumbled into the coffee table, knocking over a glass. These guys were really drunk, and I didn't know what they were capable of. I ran to the bathroom and locked the door behind me, and I don't think they chased me. I dialed 911, and within minutes, the police arrived. They arrested the two men and took them away in handcuffs.
What's up, chicken viewer? How you doing? How's your morning going? Or your
I talked to the
afternoon?
police for a while, and I decided to follow through with pressing charges.
I'm almost done with
They
this.
found
We
that the
got
men
one
had
more level
entered
to
through
do.
the unlocked door below my apartment. It seemed that I had forgotten to lock my door that night.
I woke up and I want some pizza and
I can't say I regret it. I was tired. I had been drinking too, but still, I felt
that's
dumb.
funny. She's funny. Baby good.
This happened to me 7 years ago. I'm 20 years old now. My parents were away from home for a family emergency. I'm an only child.
How y'all
Whenever
doing?
my parents left me home alone, I usually didn't get scared. It was the third night by myself. I was playing video games and eating junk food.
How's you
when I heard a
guys
knock at the
doing?
door. I was wondering who could be
I'm almost
knocking
done
on
with this.
someone's
Gotta
door at this
crap.
late hour. I walked over to it.
Right
see
here
a
is the
man
last level.
peeping through one
Negative
of the small
57.
door. I could hear yelling. He was saying that he was really hurt and asked to come in. I asked what was wrong, and he said he had broken his foot. This seemed kind of weird to me. I asked him how he broke his foot. He told me he was taking a walk around the neighborhood and had tripped. He said his foot landed in an odd way. He was begging me and screaming. He said he would sue me if I didn't help him.
Y'all have any build suggestions for me? For my little town, village, whatever?
My throat and cut all my body parts in
Like a
half.
city
Then I
slash
grabbed
little
my dad's
town.
shotgun, which he kept on the highest shelf in the kitchen. I also called the police. I told the man that the police were on their way, and he told me that they wouldn't make it in time. He was trying to bust open my dining room window. By the way he was hitting it, it looked like it was about to break. I quickly ran upstairs into my room and decided to hide under my bed. I called the cops again, and the operator told me they would be there in a couple minutes. As soon as the operator said that, I heard the window break. He must have found a big rock in my front yard. I could hear him checking all the rooms downstairs, and I heard him coming up the stairs. He checked my parents' bedroom. I could hear him rooting around through their closet. Then I heard him trying to open my door. I gripped the shotgun tightly in my hand and waited for him to break down the door. He was now kicking it as hard as he could. In a couple of hits, he knocked it down. I could see his feet. He tried to open the closet door in my room, which I had locked purposely to confuse him. He said, "I know you're in here." I was wondering if I should cut his legs or try to sneak past him and run out. I wouldn't be able to sneak out without making some kind of noise. At that moment, I'd forgotten I was under a bed, and I went up and hit my head, making a very loud noise. The man quickly turned around and said, "Oh, trying to be smart with me, huh?" Then I heard sirens. He said, "Oh crap, you got lucky this time, but you won't the next." He tried to run out of my room, but I grabbed his right foot, making him fall very hard to the ground. I was holding him with all my might. I heard the police rushing up the stairs, and they got a hold of the man. I came out with my shotgun, and the police were now pointing their guns at me. I quickly explained everything, and the police understood. Apparently, they found the man's van parked in front of my house. He had many sharp knives, duct tape, a camera, and rope. I can't imagine what he would have done to me if I hadn't thought to lock that closet door. The police called my parents and told me what happened. They came home 3 days early. My mom hugged me very tightly, and so did my dad. told me that the man had been sentenced to 15 years in prison. We moved from that house a while later, and I had lots of nightmares about it. It took me a long time to get back to normal. I never stayed a night alone again until I moved out of my parents' house. I have 3 guns in my house now, just to be safe, in case anything happens again.
Feel protected under our roof, so you can enjoy your dreams. American Family Insurance.
I put all this stuff away.
This happened in 2013. This kid named Ricky moved in next door to me when he was around 12. For lack of a better term, this kid was pretty much a wuss. I remember one time he fell off his skateboard. He didn't even land hard at all, but he was crying his little heart out in my driveway. He was 16 years old at the time. Fast forward to when the kid was around 18. By then I was selling drugs pretty heavily, and he was one of my best customers. By then he was hanging out with some pretty shady people, which my parents obviously weren't fans of. My parents also didn't know that I was selling drugs, because I was pretty good at keeping it under wraps. Ricky was clearly a follower. He went from a skater/emo type to some kind of wannabe thug, which he just wasn't built for. My parents went to the Outer Banks of North Carolina every year for 2 weeks. They asked if I'd come and stay at their house while they were gone. I was excited, because their house was much better than the crappy little 1-bedroom apartment that I had at the time. Everything was going fine at the house. I had my on and off again girlfriend over all the time. There was quite a bit of drugs and alcohol going around. I was far from a saint back then. I'll never forget it. It was a Thursday night. My girl had left a few hours ago. Earlier that day, Ricky had seen me out in front of my parents' house and asked me for a front. I told him no, because I never fronted anyone. And in all honesty, I've been using a little too much of my own supply, so I couldn't afford it anyway. He didn't like that very much, and we got into an argument. I pretty much punked him in front of all of his friends. By then, it was around 2 in the morning. I was obviously nowhere near tired because of all the drugs I had done. I was sitting in the dark watching Netflix in the living room of my parents' house. There was a window to the outside, which I had opened.
Now I'm gonna go get another
I paused
ride.
the TV, was on my phone texting,
Check
on
ahead of
Facebook,
another ride.
when I heard something. It was the screen of my window, slowly sliding open. I know the sound. I had snuck in and out of that house numerous times growing up. I slowly got up and looked out the window. I clearly saw the screen moving, very slowly, up through the curtains. I walked up to the window, and as soon as I looked through the curtains, I saw at least 3 or 4 people scatter. I ran out front, but they were booking it down the street. I knew it was Ricky and his friends. I didn't see them, but I know it was those jerks. I didn't call the police or anything, because I wasn't exactly living on the right side of the law. I just went back in and locked everything out. The rest of the week went smoothly. I never told my parents about it, and I never saw Ricky again. I called him a few times, but he never answered. That was all the more reason to know it was him, and he knew that I knew. About a month went by, and I was watching the news. Ricky was on TV for murder. That blew my mind. He and his 3 friends went out of town, broke into some couple's home, beat them, tied them up, and then stabbed them. Then they burnt the house down after robbing it. They all ended up telling on each other, and Ricky got 35 years after testifying against his co-defendants. It makes me wonder what would have happened to me if I was asleep when they tried to break in.
Ooh, I think that. I think a lot of that. I think that.
My parents had gone out for the evening, leaving me alone in the house. There was nothing new. I was used to having the place to
I
myself
kind of
from
had a
time
little
to time.
different shock about. Ooh, damn it! I
My
didn't mean
friend
to break
Chris
that.
was
Shit.
gonna come over. We would probably play some video games and just hang out. As I watched the minutes tick by on the
Didn't
clock,
even make
Anticipation grew within me. Chris was always a good time. He was set to arrive soon, although we never agreed on a firm time. He just said he would come over after dinner. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. I jumped up from the couch, assuming it was Chris. I excitedly walked over to the front door. However, when I swung it open, I was greeted by a stranger standing on the porch. Confusion crossed my face as I stared at the unfamiliar man. He was dressed in tattered clothes, and a disheveled beard covered his face. His bloodshot eyes seemed to be searching for something. He started talking to me, just small talk. I was really uncomfortable, though. He said that he lived down the street, but I had never seen him before. After a minute or so, I noticed that the man was inching his way into the house. Before I knew it, he was standing in the doorway. He closed the door behind him, and then turned his attention back to me. I caught a whiff of alcohol on his breath. It hung heavy in the air. Something wasn't right. As if sensing my discomfort, the man's demeanor changed. He made his way further into the house, his eyes darting around the room. Panic began to rise within me, but I tried to maintain a calm facade, not wanting to provoke him. "Listen, mister," I stuttered. "I think you should go now. I'm expecting my friend to come over, and I don't want to get in any trouble." Ignoring my plea, the man reached into his pocket. His moves were slow and deliberate. My heart skipped a beat when he pulled out a knife. The room was silent, save for the pounding of my heart, which seemed to echo in my ears. Without a word, the man gestured for me to lead the way to the kitchen. My legs wobbled beneath me as I reluctantly complied. In the kitchen, he instructed me to sit in a chair, his movements still eerily silent. My mind raced, desperately searching for a way out of the situation. Thoughts of escape and self-preservation battled within me. I knew that any move I made could have dire consequences. With trembling hands, I sat on one of the kitchen chairs. Minutes felt like hours as the man remained silent, his eyes fixed on me with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. I tried to steady my breathing, hoping to calm the rising panic within me. And then, as if by some stroke of fate, the sound of sirens hit my ears. They continued to grow louder. I was pretty sure they were coming from me. Police rarely come to my neighborhood. The police burst into the house, and I felt tremendous relief. The intruder's eyes widened with surprise. His grip on the knife loosened for a fraction of a second. It was the opening the police needed. They swiftly moved in and disarmed the man. He was arrested and taken away. My parents came home as soon as they heard. I later found out that Chris saw the man enter my house from across the street. He was only seconds away. When he saw that, he went home and told his parents. They called the police, who saved me. I don't even...
I'm back, y'all. I'm back. I'm sorry for that.
At around midnight, I was still playing, and I heard a strange noise outside. There was a rustling in the bushes, or trees. I dismissed it as the wind, and went back to my game. But the noise persisted, and it was getting louder. I paused the game, and listened carefully. I looked out my second-story window, and saw a shadow moving around at the side of the house. It looked like the outline of a man. He was in our yard. There was a fence and a gate around our yard, so it was not normal for a stranger to be out there. Suddenly, I heard a loud bang at the front door. I had never been so scared in my life. I slowly crept down the stairs to the front window and peered out. I couldn't see anything, but I heard more noises coming from outside. I didn't know what to do. I was alone, and someone was trying to break into my house. I thought about calling the police, but I didn't want to waste their time if it was nothing. The noises stopped for a while, and I started to calm down a little. But then I heard footsteps coming from outside again. I opened the front door and looked around, but I couldn't see anything. I walked around outside for a minute or two, and then I went back into the house. I was slightly more relaxed after that. I walked up the stairs, looking forward to playing a few more games before bed. After I put on my headset, I thought I heard a noise from my parents' room. Maybe I was just paranoid from before, but I decided to check anyway. I peeked around the corner into my parents' bedroom, and that's when I saw it. A figure standing in the darkness. My body was shaking, and I could barely breathe. I wanted to scream, but I was too afraid to make any noise. I backed away slowly, trying to get out of that room without being noticed. Suddenly, the man turned around and looked straight at me. I froze. My eyes locked with his. He was about average height, and he wore a large winter jacket and blue jeans. He started coming towards me, and I turned to run. I ran down the stairs and out the front door. I didn't stop until I was a few blocks away. I pulled out my phone and dialed 911. The police arrived, and we went back to the house. They searched the place and found the intruder. He was still in my parents' room. They took the man out. They put him in the back of a police car. He looked straight at the ground the whole way there. The police stayed with me for the rest of the night. My parents came back as soon as they could the next day. They were shocked when they heard what happened. We spent the day cleaning up and repairing the damage that the intruder had caused. I couldn't sleep at night for a while, and every little noise made me afraid. I was scared to be alone, and it took me a long time to feel safe again. To this day, I don't know why he broke into our house that night. It could have been some random burglar, or someone who had been watching our house for a while. All I know is that I never want to experience anything like that again. It's a memory that will stay with me for a very long time.
Bye!
I was home.
I forgot to mention that there were
Damn,
three
my thing was
which I
muted the
didn't
whole
know
time,
was in the
y'all.
house.
Oh my
All of
god,
them
I was
quickly
talking
ran
to
out of the
myself.
backyard and hopped into their car.
Oh shit.
But before they
I
could
didn't
speed
take a
away,
break, huh? I'll
my
tell
neighbor
y'all.
David took down their license plate number and called the cops on them. I'm still incredibly thankful to David for what he did that night. By the way, some might wonder why I didn't call the cops myself that night. The reason is quite simple. I didn't want to get my parents into any trouble, or have them find out about this disturbing situation, and then get in trouble myself. So, they still don't know that it happened, and my neighbor David hasn't said anything either. I'm really relieved. But it's hard to believe that three strange men tried to take a teenage boy. We often hear about these things happening to girls, but not so much to boys. Anyway, that's my story. I'll always be thankful to my neighbor David for what he did that night.
Okay.
When I was 16, my parents and I moved to Florida, and I was soon hired at an Italian restaurant. On my very first night, I was busy cleaning tables in the dining area when I was motioned over to a table.
Damn.
At the table, there were two men. I would say they were both in their late 30s, dressed like fairly typical middle-class guys. Earlier, when I would pass by their table, I had noticed they were sitting very still, without conversation, and didn't seem to be very animated. Anyway, I go to their table as requested. The man who motioned me gestured to lean in closer to him. I assumed he wanted to ask me to get his server or needed something. So I bent slightly forward and he asked me this question. You ever had your initials carved into your forehead? In hindsight, I should have said something snarky. Like, well, not that I can remember, but I was too taken aback by such a random and a weird question.
I gotta go AFK y'all for like
When it comes to social cues
not too
or
long,
cues.
probably.
So I
Gotta do
tried
some
to
stuff
avoid
upstairs.
looking
My
so much
mom need my help.
any signs of
Give me
humor.
1 minute, y'all. Oh, shit. Okay, next thing I want to do is put more houses over here. And put another, like, probably house right, like, in the middle right here. What the hell? He gotta kill his, damn, you wanna kill you guys like that. You got, you know, what? Like, fuck. Okay, just make a pass right quick. Yes, what I'm gonna go this way. I could put another building here and put another house right here. Let me see what materials do we need, because I'm probably going along with I still need dark oak. I might go on an adventure again, look for more dark oak, because clearly the trade that one guy won't give it to me. Let's see how much wood we have. Organize this right quick. Put all torches right here. All torches right there. And the logs. How many logs do we have? The planks, we got that much. Birch. And excuse me, y'all. Shit. It's an alien stuff. Okay, let's see. Wood. What's all the wood I have? Dark oak, that's what I need more of, dark oak. Birch. And slabs. Okay. wish I could just. Oak, there's a lot of oak power. Oak, bird, spruce. Some of that, let's do that. Let's put the slabs down here. That's what I'm gonna do. Quick ahead. Birch could go right. Birch could go right here. I'll barely use birch for a build block, whatever. I'll go there. I'll go there. That go there. That could go here too. That'll go there. Bookshelves, whatever. Dark oaks. Go right here. There we go. Right there, got the chest, all this stuff. All this shit, it's like miscellaneous shit, like that stuff. Mostly that's organized how I want it. Basically, I gotta get more spruce. I need a lot of spruce. Dark oak, more oak logs too. I could start doing this fish pond thing. Put that right there. So how I want to do this, I gotta replace each single dirt with sand. So it's gonna take 2 years. You'll be like, why are you doing this? You know, it's wasting your time. You know, I don't know. Got. Let's see, put the outline first, where I know where I need to dig. So right here. That's like. So I'm gonna start working on this one. I'm gonna go check my helmet, see if I get water breathing. Cause shoot, this is gonna take a while. It's gonna be taking a while. Let me take all this lapis out, put up theirs. That's so garbage. I guess I'll take that. Next thing, move on the trees, put them somewhere else so they can grow. Okay, I'll be up there. Okay. Give me a second. Oh shit. Hello? Hello? Yo. Can you hear me? Okay, I'm gonna go AFK. I gotta go do some stuff right quick, okay? But you gonna join? Okay, when you join, can you just cover me back up? It's two stained glass. I'm in the AFK spot already. Just cover it up. Right now I'm working on the river. That's what I'm working on right now to put all set right now. That's what I'm doing. But give me a second. I'll be back. I'll be right back. Hello? Anybody there? Hello? I'll show some normal. I'm AFK at my apartment. Oh, you are AFK. You call me crazy. You call me crazy.
And didn't even look at me. I shook my head and walked away completely baffled. I walked into the kitchen and found the server off the table. I told her what happened and asked her what was going on with those two guys. Oh yeah, I don't know, but they're weird. I tried avoiding the table, but the men remained there for quite some time, just as inanimate as before. I don't even recall them eating anything. Maybe they did when I was walking around the restaurant. When I was cleaning a table near them, the same man motioned to me over once again. I was torn. I really didn't want a repeat of the same experience. But I was afraid to say no to a customer. It was my first night on the job, and I didn't want anyone to complain to my manager. So I went over to the table. Again, he wanted me to lean close so he could tell me something. I don't know why I did. He said, "Have you ever had two men pin you down? Grab your throat." I immediately proceeded to walk right away from those two guys. I'm not sure if they were really high on something, but the flat, deadbeat tone of his voice and their blank stares really unsettled me. I went immediately to the general manager, who just kind of struggled it off. I worked until 2 a.m. and as ridiculous as it sounds, I had to ask the bartender to watch me get back to my car safely in the dark parking lot. I tell a lot of people this story, and while it's quite bizarre and funny when I
yeah, she threw all that shit out. Baby didn't like them eggs. I gotta go AFK in my apartment. I took 3 diamond blocks. Why 3 diamond blocks? This guy really take 3 diamond blocks. Why did he take my stuff? Yo, we gotta talk about this shit. I ain't like you taking. We gotta talk about this, my guy. Yo, I need my diamonds. I already feel it. You already raised all of them. I already have a feeling. I had 8 diamond blocks. Now I got 5. You know.
Yeah, because it's up to you. What's 8 minus 3?
Okay. Can I get my? You know. My leftovers, shit. I should have a lot. Really? This is your last time. This is your last time taking shit from me. Okay, this is the last time. Okay.
Just because
Armor my ass. You couldn't work for yourself. Yeah. Okay, you look at me. I did it too. You know how long it take me?
We shared an apartment with another couple. They were pretty awesome.
Period, kid.
However, they had different plans.
No bullshit. Oh, zombie. Oh shit, zombie. Hey.
So
we in war. Yeah, but what do you think about this? What do you think about the statue I built?
Max and I had to find new roommates because the rent was high, and we didn't want to bear the cost alone.
You heard, broski?
Even though our apartment was in a nice area,
hello?
It was a bit far from the city.
You breathing so heavy, bro. You good?
To find potential roommates because many
where you at?
Who promised to visit and check out the place would cancel their plans at the last minute, and it made the whole process
You're another
for us. We finally met a girl who seemed really nice and easygoing.
Oh, so what do you think about the statue?
She was searching for a place for her boyfriend Dan. I have this strange ability to sense people's vibes when I meet them.
It like it so hard.
Sometimes I get a feeling
statue and you come over here. I think you saw this. I
It's
don't
not
know.
about being
It's
judgmental. It's just this instinctive
Terrence,
sense
what
I
happened?
have. Right from the start, I didn't like this person, but I
Her.
wanted to give them a chance. I hoped I was wrong about my feelings. But as time passed,
I'm gonna go back what I
this
was
guy,
doing. I'm
Dan,
digging.
turned out to be
I'm
really
placing the
loud.
dirt with sand right now.
He not only invited people over late on weeknights, playing loud music that felt like it was right in our room, but he also did
Take a
other
take
irritating
3
things.
diamonds off of me,
On top of that, he was disrespectful,
and you can make a diamond pick.
especially to me, which made the living situation even more tough. Max didn't do anything about it, and I'm kind of glad because I know Dan would have wanted to fight him or something. Dan was 22 at the time, but he acted like a 12-year-old, which was pretty frustrating. By the way, we later found out that Dan had some previous problems and got in trouble for shoplifting and other stuff. He even also threatened to hurt me many times. Yeah, me, the 12-year-old girl. I just wanted to tell you about Dan.
Lapis
So you know what
is
happened
upstairs,
next.
and by next to
It was a Wednesday
upstairs in
night,
China table.
and I got
It's
home
in the
around
side of the barrel.
5:30. As I
I
walked
put it all there.
upstairs, almost to the 3rd floor where we lived, I saw him coming out of the apartment, but I didn't say anything because I don't like him, so I just mostly ignored him. Then he started
No,
yelling
you should. I feel like you should not go there
at the
if
apartment.
you're not ready.
I looked
I'm
inside,
gonna put it in peaceful. I'm gonna put it in peaceful
and
for
I
you
saw
again.
nothing wrong,
But
so I asked what he was talking about. Still in an angry voice, he said he had been robbed and just got home to this. However, I could see all the furniture was there.
oh, I hate
So I didn't really understand
that shit.
what he
That
was
happened to
talking
me
about.
too.
I went inside and noticed that my Wii U was gone, but my other game consoles were still there. So this made me really suspicious of him. Trying to stay calm, I called Max to find out how soon he'd be home. We usually arrived home around the same time. While on the phone, Dan yelled at me again, saying he had called the cops, and they were on their way. In these exact words, he said, "Do whatever you need to do, because the police are on their way." Hearing this, I got worried because it seemed like he had been home for a while, giving him time to hide any weapons, drugs, or who knows what else he might have had. In about 5 minutes, the cops showed up, and Max got home around the same time.
I think you're crazy.
One officer went upstairs with Dan and Max to list everything that was missing, and the other officer stayed downstairs. I stayed with him, just chatting to keep things calm. According to Max, we're missing a bunch of our stuff from our room, but strangely, Dan is only missing his PS4. I finally asked if they could check Dan's car. And
I saw
also
when you
said
got
it was
all of
okay
it
to
like
check
this
mine
guy
or
really got
Max's
all.
car if needed. The officer said it wasn't necessary, but he agreed to check
I
Dan's
did this
car.
wrong. I gotta redo it.
After a
I don't
while,
like it.
they all came back downstairs. The officers then asked Dan
Hold
if
on,
they
you
could
saw it?
search
Yeah,
his car
I'm
and
doing
requested his ID to check.
I want to do a big build for that.
First,
I
he
got
said it was okay
a
for them to
build
search his
idea,
car,
but I just need a lot
but
of
he needed to
quartz.
grab his ID and keys from the apartment. Max and I followed him upstairs. We saw him getting his wallet and keys, and then he left the apartment. Instead of being nosy and staying downstairs while they searched his car,
You was watching my
we
live.
decided it was better to stay in our apartment.
You saw you.
A few minutes went
Go
by,
on.
and he still hadn't come downstairs with the cops. So we started looking around.
There you go. Oh, what's it called? I was mining for netherite. I got like 10 pieces. I found like 2, and
Since
I
he
got
had
like 2
said it was okay
netherite.
for them to search his car and never mentioned they couldn't, the officers decided to see if the car was unlocked. And it was. We found all our stuff in his car. Our 3DS, Max's laptop, the PS4 controller, Wii U games, and more.
Shit.
The very next morning, I decided to put all his things by the dumpster, and then had a locksmith change our locks. I thought about getting a restraining order, but we ended up not going through with it. A few weeks later, we saw his car parked just a few yards from our building. We pretended not to notice him, and watched from our room, ready to dial 911 if anything happened. Thankfully, he eventually left without causing any more trouble. But Dan, I genuinely hope I never have to encounter you again.
40 levels to enchant all my gear, something like that.
Yeah.
That's how I might be.
Oh, you good?
I mean, if you want to turn
The
PS4
people who own
No. You good? No, I don't. I just don't want you to die. That's the thing. I'm like, he's like, I'm thinking about it. Like, he's like, you know, you know how the gas are, you know, like.
Finding a new place I could afford in my neighborhood. To try and find something, I asked my neighbors on the Nextdoor app if they knew about any affordable places to rent around here. In a few minutes, Joe messaged me back and told me about a condo in his building that would be available.
No, my PC. The hell. I don't got a PC. My laptop gonna die.
Deli caramel squares makes life a bite better.
I need to plug my laptop on. Give me a second.
I wanted to see
Shit.
what the place looked like, so I asked
There
him
we
if
go.
he could send some pictures. Then Joe mentioned that the app's chat was slow, so he suggested sending pictures taken by his neighbor through text.
I got some.
But I now
It's
feel
upstairs in my
really
chest.
stupid about what I did,
Is everything?
and eventually gave him
Yeah,
my
I
phone
don't
number.
know if you want some or not.
I got a
don't know.
call from a number I didn't know within seconds. I usually don't answer calls from numbers I don't recognize, but this time was different. I was expecting a call from a number not saved in my phone, so I answered it. I got totally confused when the person said, "Hi, it's Joe. How's your day going?" I was like, huh? It surprised me, and I didn't know what to say. Joe kept talking on the phone, sharing details about his night job, how tired he was, and how he looks after his daughter while his girlfriend works during the day. It was a bit unexpected because I was expecting to discuss about the condo, not have a casual chat about his life. So I stopped him and said, "What about the condo?" But he didn't really care and replied, "My girlfriend wouldn't like me talking to you, but I don't have to tell her, right?" It made me feel awkward, so I said I had to go and hung up. The whole situation was making me uneasy, and I wasn't sure what to think of it. So I blocked his number, and then a little while later, he somehow found me on Facebook and sent a friend request. I got so freaked out that I called my parents to let them know what happened and how it made me feel uneasy. The worst part is that on Nextdoor, even if they don't show your exact address, they show that you're in a complex. So that made me really worried about my privacy. I thought my address wasn't visible on my profile, but unfortunately when I checked, my address and unit number were totally public. So I quickly hid them. And since he couldn't reach me through other way, he started messaging me on Nextdoor, asking if I wanted to go on a walk with him. The tricky part was that you can't really block or report people on the app, so feeling uneasy about it, I just decided to delete the app altogether. Then about a month later, I heard a knock on my door around 10 p.m. on a weekday. I peeked through my peephole. It was hard to see the person clearly, but I noticed it was a man with his head slightly down. Regardless, I have a rule not to open the door for anyone I'm not expecting, especially not a random guy at 10 o'clock at night. Feeling really worried, I decided to close.
I have a stack and 4 quarts right now.
In my first year of college, I
My
stayed
guy,
in a small
your breathing's heavy, my guy.
two of us in a room, and two in the
You're
other
like,
room.
you're like you're on a football field, my guy. You good?
Throughout the year, we all became great friends, spending time together and bonding over shared experiences. But unfortunately, during this time, my roommate started feeling left out and wasn't part of our group. She turned out to be rude. For our second year, we wanted to stay in rooms together because we liked hanging out. But when we tried, Only 2 of us got a room together.
Oh, you driving me crazy. So this guy in TikTok, he's going like viral right now. Is this one guy and a black dude that's singing? Like they can sing. It's called like "You Driving Me Crazy" or something like that. Like I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it so you can. I'm gonna play it so you can understand. With my TikTok.
Alright.
Here you go. This song is good. I like this song. Just listen to it. Take your time. I don't know, like this song. Like this song, like you can give me a feelings in this song. I ain't gonna lie. But yeah, I don't know, shit like that. Like, yeah. Anyways,
especially since the rest of us weren't into that.
Back to work now.
Now I didn't mind that Cora smoked, but it wasn't something I did.
Back to the old grind.
At the beginning of our
No, good. I wanna at least get like half of this
well.
done because I wanna go AFK again. Cause I gotta go do some stuff. RL, you know. I gotta get. I gotta get my. Well, my bad.
The first red flag was when I asked her to cover herself up after taking a shower.
If you can see it, I appreciate taking it. Yeah, I kind of do that.
And that's when I started noticing that things might not be as easy.
You can give me the glowstone or whatever. It doesn't matter.
She used to take showers.
I'm gonna make it in the blocks anyways. So it doesn't matter. Really.
Which made me feel
I'm gonna say, but like I'm gonna go AFK after I'm done with this. I'm gonna go AFK for like a while because I gotta get the bed ready for my pregnant girl, you know. I haven't made the bed yet. She gonna bitch at me like, you got all day. You got all day. You out of the game. She gonna talk shit. I know she is. you got all day, but you be on the game. Like, I'm be like, relax, man. She don't like telling me to relax. I guess I get pissed off I tell her relax.
And we didn't know why it happened. She
You
stayed
drive
still
me
and pretended to be asleep.
crazy.
And when she
drive
opened her
me
eyes a little later,
crazy.
Cora was just staring at her in the dark.
I need water breathing. I need water breathing.
She would scream at the top of her lungs in the shower as she couldn't walk around naked. She also began punching things over and over, making the room feel tense and unfriendly.
Nutty, bro. Hey, I don't know if you was watching me earlier. I was never right minding, bro. Bro, tell me why, bro. I had a couple close calls dying, bro. I had my golden apples in my inventory.
It was a small room just for one
shit,
person.
man.
At that time, Cora and Sarah were still in our room. Suddenly, I saw Sarah rushing down to the study room door, asking if she could come in. I signaled her to come in, as she looked super worried and scared. I found out that Cora had a complete
Man, my guy needs to get on already. What was it called? Right now he's doing a shooting range with his dad.
Waiting for me to come back so she could strangle me. She was throwing things around the room, making a big
No, but like
mess.
he's like, cause yesterday, so the max people we can have in a server is 8 people. That's what he told me. That's kind of a lot.
It got really intense when she started talking about hurting me in my sleep,
Yeah.
strangling me while I'm studying. When Cora finally left the room to go eat, that's when Sarah came to me and shared everything that happened. It got so bad that Cora had a small knife in her hand.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking to do it, but like I'm scared to do it on this world, you know, cause like Imagine I'm going to sleep, I come back on, this shit's grief, you know? That's why, like, if I find like a group of friends, you know, like you, I already got like, I already got 4 people playing on the server. 4 like consistent people. Yeah. Be careful.
Sarah went to check on Cole about a month after I left the room.
My guy over here, gnarly. He's another step.
The truth is, it was all her own actions. She's the one who acted really strange.
No, you good, you good.
I don't understand what happened to her.
Damn water, bro.
There are a few
It's
more
gonna kill my
things I
ass.
didn't mention. But basically, this person turned into a total nightmare almost all of a sudden. It's important to really understand someone before you decide to live with them. You never know.
Yeah, pack my cousin's vitamin, nigga.
After my breakup with my ex-boyfriend, he started stalking me. Our relationship was terrible. We had been friends for a few years before we started dating in my junior year of high school. But after that, he transformed into a completely different person. He became controlling, always grabbing my phone to look through my text messages and call logs. And it got worse over time. He would show up wherever I went and constantly questioned my every move. He was always worried and wanted to be with me constantly, even when I needed to study. It was very tough, because he was insanely jealous, and when we argued, he'd get so mad that he'd throw his phone. Sometimes it was across the room, and other times, it went as far as across the street. The jealousy and anger made our relationship really difficult and scary. So I tried to end it at least 6 to 7 times over the 1.5 years. But every time we'd break up, he'd go absolutely crazy and threaten to do something super bad. He even threatened to hurt himself twice.
You
And
good?
that made me feel really bad, because I didn't want to be the reason for something so serious. Trying to leave the relationship was difficult because of these threats. And I often felt
Not infinitely, you gotta be careful because, you know?
back to him. So it was simpler to agree and get back together with him. Then I started checking out colleges in other states, thinking he wouldn't come with me if I chose one far away. I thought if I could handle the craziness until summer, I could go to college without a crazy boyfriend holding me back.
Yeah, I got you.
But somehow he saw the brochure from the college I liked.
You just let me know.
I knew my plan wasn't going to work. He'd follow me wherever I went. So I decided to join the army. And I thought that would show him, like, try following me there.
Oh, you need me there right now?
Next thing I know,
Okay,
he's
I'll come right
meeting
now.
with the recruiter, trying to join himself. Of course, the chance of him being sent where I was stationed was very low.
How many levels you
But I
have?
didn't know that at the time. I
Hell
realized
yeah.
joining the army was a
Okay,
bad
I'll come right
idea.
now.
So I wrote a letter to the commander and the commissioner. I said I lied about my college and I didn't really want to be there. Then a few months later, we finally broke up.
I'll
Because I
come right
changed my
now.
phone number and then stopped talking to all our shared friends.
Wow, it's loaded, man.
It was the end of the crazy times, and I was free, or so I thought. But still, after we broke up, he randomly showed up where I was. The movie theater, the tennis courts, and even at restaurants we never went to before.
Okay, you ready?
It felt like this guy put a tracker on
I'm
my
gonna type it in chat, okay?
body. It was crazy.
It's the
Like
first
something you see
number,
in
the
spy
first,
movies with the CIA
first
or
two,
special
first,
agents
hold on,
tracking
it's
down bad
negative
guys.
20.
Most times, he
Hold
just
on,
wanted to talk. But I always said I had to go right away and did
That's it, you
everything
sure?
to avoid
Negative,
talking
hold
to
on,
him.
negative 20,
He would get really mad if he saw me with
73,
another guy. It didn't matter who the guy was.
negative
Even
9,
if it was my cousin, he would get really upset.
negative, I'm just
I don't
typing
know
it for
how he
you so you
always
can
knew
know.
where I was going. In my first year of college, one of our good friends from the same
Negative
group passed
20,
away, so I
73,
came
negative
back home
9.
for the funeral. My ex was really sad because this was the third friend
Okay,
he lost
hey,
in 3 years. So I had to be nice to him.
Yeah, but I'm gonna keep it
It was a
peaceful for a
funeral
while
for a
because
good
I'm gonna go
friend,
AFK
and I was there to show
for a while. I'm
respect.
gonna go AFK for a while, so
But
because
after
I
the
gotta get
funeral,
everything ready for her ass
everyone was
before she
going
get
to a
here.
friend's house to spend time
Cause
together.
I got a
and some
feeling
food.
she's gonna come soon.
While we
You
were
know,
at the
like,
house, my ex started talking to me. I
just
was
give me
worried,
like
but I tried to
15 or 30 minutes.
It didn't work. He stayed right next to me all
I'm at the AFK spot about the farm. If we,
Wherever I went, whether it was the bathroom, the kitchen, downstairs, or upstairs, he followed me everywhere.
okay. Well, I'll be back.
He was trying
BRB.
to kiss me. Put his arms.
Yeah, yes, I know.
My bad, bro. I'm still AFK. I'm putting my blanket, my pillow shit together right now.
Dang, dude, I gotta
What happened?
go.
You gotta go AFK too? Bet. Okay, I'll be back. Hello? Yo, you still okay, bro? Yo, you still there, bro? My shit playing. I don't want to listen to what they're right now. Ah, shit. Fuck shit. I got my phone. See, I'm clumsy, bro. I'm so damn clumsy.
Don Jacobs Toyota knows Toyota certified used vehicles with over 70 in stock. Find the right Toyota for you. Plus, get the very best in peace of mind. Know where to go. Don Jacobs Toyota. Come for the price. Stay for the service.
Shout out there for you. Lost.
About 2 months ago, I asked my mom if I could move into her apartment. She checked if it was a safe place or not. And when she saw that it was, she said it's okay for me to go. She helped me pack my things, but my dad couldn't join us because he had surgery. He was recovering and couldn't carry the heavy stuff. Thankfully, my mom and I were strong enough to move everything. I met the landlord, and he gave me the key to the apartment. The landlord suggested that I should meet some of the people who live in the apartments. He mentioned that many of them are very friendly. It was my first time having my own place, and I didn't have many things to move in. So, getting everything inside was fast and not too hard. Once I was alone in my apartment, I thought it would be nice to take a quick shower. After that, I planned to meet up with 3 or 4 neighbors I had chatted with during the move. I jumped into the shower, made it a speedy one, got dressed, and was all set to meet my neighbors when suddenly I heard a knock on my door. I walked up to the door and opened it. There was a tall man, maybe in his 30s. I noticed he was wet, but not from taking a shower, but from swimming in a pool of some sort of, as I could smell the chlorine on him. He greeted me with a hi, and mentioned how happy he was to see a young girl like me moving in. I grinned and made a joke about feeling sorry for whoever had to be my neighbor, and we both laughed. Then we started talking, sharing our interests and personal stories.
Ocean.
As our conversation flowed, I invited him inside, and he agreed. Once in, I offered to make some coffee, and as expected from most adults, he happily accepted. Now, I don't really drink coffee. I like tea better, so I made him a cup of coffee and myself a cup of tea. We talked about different things, and then he mentioned he had to go because he was tired of smelling like chlorine. I said goodbye. Before leaving, he said in a nicer tone, "It's great to have a nice, sweet girl like you in these apartments, not some old folks." I blushed because I'm a shy girl, and then he left. Later that night, my phone buzzed, and it surprised me. When I checked, I saw a friend request on Facebook from the guy I just met. I accepted it, and that's when I noticed his name. But then, I started thinking. I couldn't remember telling him my Facebook or even my name. For a second, I felt a bit weird about it. Then I just shrugged it off, thinking maybe I forgot to say it during our chat. Since it was getting late, I changed into my pajamas. I wore really short shorts and a crop top, trying to get comfy for the night. After all that, I just relaxed and didn't worry too much about the Facebook thing. Next morning, I collected the dirty clothes in a basket and carried it down to the laundry room. And guess who I saw there? Aaron, the guy we were talking about, wearing shorts and no shirt. I blushed when I saw him. It was kind of nice to notice he was strong and in good shape. I felt relieved knowing I had a friend who could help me out if I ever needed it. I did my laundry, and I noticed he was watching me. I waved to say hi, and he blushed a bit. He told me I could head back to my room, and he'd bring my clothes when they were done. I gladly agreed and returned to my apartment.
You can add me.
After some
I can
time,
see it.
I
You
heard
know.
a knock
You
on
can
my
show me
door.
how it looks. You know. I could
I
help.
called
You
out.
know.
It's
You
open.
wanna show me?
So Aaron opened the door.
You can. Hey,
took me
add me right
inside.
quick so I can see.
He handed me my clothes
So.
and mentioned that I shouldn't leave the door unlocked and asking, what if it wasn't me?
I only had this world only for like a
I
month.
replied,
A month and a half.
as loud as possible, and
I
asked
want
him
to play in your
what
room,
he
bro.
would do.
Let me know.
He said he'd run as
Just
fast
add
as
me up.
possible to help me.
There you go.
Later I went to bed, but in the middle of the night, something woke me up. I heard a noise in my room, like something was moving. As I woke up slowly, I reached for my bedside lamp to see what was happening. I switched on the light, and the first thing I noticed was my clothes scattered everywhere on the floor, like they just exploded. Then, I saw a man standing there. It was scary, because I thought I was alone. But someone had broken in.
Hey, add me to your thing, bro.
And the man looked at me.
Oh,
I
code,
could only see
okay.
his eyes because he
Code,
had a
okay.
pair of my underwear against his mouth and nose, taking a big, gross breath in. Why was this guy acting so weird? He lowered the piece of clothing, and I could see that it was Aaron, the guy I had just met and thought was nice. He smiled at me, still holding onto my clothes. Then he started walking toward me and said, I know you want me. It's so clear. Why else do you think I'm here? What? I said. I barely know you. We just met.
Oh shit.
So what? I saw the way you looked at me. He snapped back at me. He pushed me down onto my bed, and I screamed again, tears streaming down my face. I felt foolish. Why did I let him get so close? Why did I flirt and trust someone I hardly knew? All of a sudden, really bright lights were pointed at us, and a strong voice said, Let go of her. Get down on the ground now. It was the police. They arrested
I'm
Aaron,
gonna put
but I
capital
felt so scared and broken. I cried all through the
Okay.
next day, and I stayed at my parents' house for a while after that.
You put in capital, so I'm
It
gonna
was really, really hard for me to go back to my apartment.
copy what you did.
But there was this nice person who lived in the same apartment complex. He saw someone breaking into my place in the middle of the night, so he called the police. I can't help but think about how bad things could have been if he hadn't helped. It's a scary thought, so be careful and don't trust anyone you don't know well. And it's better to be safe.
Scout is protected by Simperica Trio, and he's in it to win it.
This happened about 5 years ago, when we stayed in a small group of apartments in North Topeka, with my sister, dad, stepmom, and my German Shepherd, Coco. We also had neighbors like the Metalheads living above us in apartment 12, Sino in apartment 4, just one apartment away. Then some weird guy named Harold in apartment 3. A few weeks before this incident,
I'm gonna turn my chat on my thing so I can see people texting because
you got a cigarette?
I can't.
We couldn't help but laugh at the way he said it. My dad, being a nice guy, handed him a cigarette, and then the two of them sat outside, smoking and talking. As they spent about half an hour chatting, sharing stories about what's going on in their lives and their families. But then, out of nowhere, Harold asked the creepiest thing. Harold looked at my dad and said, Hey Robert, I was wondering, can your daughter spend time with me in my apartment sometime?
I'm gonna play like this for a while too.
This really bothered me. Harold was way older, maybe in his 40s.
Try to
And my
change
sister
up a
was just
little
13
bit.
back then. The air around us felt weird.
He's
Suddenly my dad got up and grabbed
too.
Harold and pushed him away, shouting, No, go away.
Hey,
What's wrong with
I'm gonna
you?
be honest with you. When I play
Harold walked
Minecraft,
off,
I listen to
laughing
him.
and
I'm
smoking
not
his
gonna
cigarette.
lie. It's
Then
like
he
it's
looked at me
soothing,
through the
you know.
window. A couple of years passed.
Hey, you put
My
that on.
sister,
You
who was
put like a
15 at the
3-hour
time,
video in
went
the
to the nearby
background and play
Walgreens, a few
You
blocks
play
away.
Minecraft for like 3 hours. You lose time.
Out of the blue, Harold
Like you
showed
be
up
playing
and
a lot,
started
right?
following her. Harold shouted at her, saying, Hey honey, you're looking pretty good today. Your dad said you could spend the night with if you want, and I've got some booze too. Our neighbor Sino, who was
Hey, if you want, you can
helped us
subscribe.
out whenever
If
he
you want to
could.
subscribe to me, if
And
you want.
luckily, at that moment, he was outside having a beer.
Please
When he saw
read it,
Harold
bro.
bothering my sister, he quickly dropped his beer and rushed over to Harold.
Oh, that's not the
Sino
book.
said, "What's your problem? She's only 15. Leave her alone, you weirdo." I walked outside in time to catch the ending of that situation, only to see Harold's face. He was staring at my sister's body. Now my sister was one of those girls who didn't develop until she was 17 or 18. She looked several years younger than her age.
I'm gonna read this book right quick, bro.
So this disturbed me even more. The way he looked her up and down like a hungry wolf, and he smiled, like he knew he was going to win one day. It chilled me to the bone.
Yeah, how you change the pages? Trying to figure out.
The scariest thing happened.
Hey,
My sister was at a friend's house, and my stepmom was at work. Out of nowhere,
Hey, I'm
some
gonna
guy
invite you to a
started
party.
banging on the
I'm
back
already
window,
in one with my friend.
the window to the room where I was sleeping.
I'm
It
gonna
was a loud
invite you.
banging and scraping sound, like the man was really trying hard to break through the thin steel window cover on the outside. That's when he screamed at me, asking, "Where is my wife?" I'm under my blanket, trying to stay as quiet and still as I can. My dad yelled back at the man, trying to scare him off by saying, "Harold, get out of here. I've called the police." But he kept trying to break through. I told my dad to call the police, but he said firmly, "Just stay quiet, Zach. I know how to handle this." A few minutes passed, and I heard the first rip through the steel window cover. The thing that's supposed to keep him out can't hold him now.
Ooh, crap.
I started crying. A little while later, my dog Coco came running and stood in front of me facing the window. She was growling, ready to attack the man if he came in. The noises at the window stopped. Suddenly, there was a loud crack, and we realized he was now breaking in through the front door. He started screaming again, saying, "Where's my wife? If you don't give me my wife, they won't find a single piece of you." My dad finally called the police, yelling for them to come quickly.
Hold on, wait.
10 minutes later, the police arrived and started asking the man why he was doing what he did. They also questioned my dad, asking, "Do you have his wife?" My dad got really mad and said, "Are you dumb? He's talking about my 15-year-old daughter. He thinks she belongs to him. He's not right in the head." A few more minutes went by, and they found a crowbar and some sharp tools thrown in the grass. The next day, he got charged, and a few weeks later, after going to court, we learned he ended up in a mental asylum, as he had a disability, and he stopped taking his medicine.
Damn, my friend is so damn long, bro. Hold on.
When I was 17, I did a lot of babysitting in Manhattan. Some people found it controversial since I wasn't a full-grown adult, but surprisingly, I got hired by many. I wasn't a pro, just a regular person using a Craigslist ad. My aunt assisted me in making the ad, adding pictures and sharing info about my experience. It wasn't too fancy, just enough to let people know I was responsible and good with kids. And it was the one thing I felt confident doing, even though I was still pretty young. Unlike the idea of working at places like Walmart, Target, or a gas station once I turned 18. I know it might sound a bit
I'm gonna join your
strange,
party because I can't
but the
find
truth
it. I'm
is,
not gonna lie.
I liked the idea of spending time with kids, making sure they were safe and having fun. It wasn't just a job to me. It was something I genuinely enjoyed. Usually when I chose the families I worked for, it was just one family at a time. They'd share their situation and let me know what they needed help with.
You got a mic, bro?
Taking care of kids isn't too tricky, especially when it feels natural to you. I remember this one time, when someone messaged me through the ad. They explained that they had a son and a daughter, and needed someone to look after them. They said their son was 8, and their daughter was 9. They explained they were going away for the weekend. At first,
first, I felt unsure about replying because the profile was anonymous. I didn't know what they looked like, and they didn't even have a name. If I remember right,
I'm gonna lie, hey, I can make this look nice for you, bro. I could help you.
how that was allowed.
You gotta get the materials.
Somehow it was. I decided to meet this guy on a Friday evening. He shared the address, and I didn't check it beforehand. It just wasn't my habit. That night, my mom drove me there, and when we pulled up outside, I have to tell you, the place looked like an empty, abandoned house. Even my mom turned to look at the house, then back at me. She didn't say anything for almost 10 seconds, just stared at me, looking confused. We both thought it might be some kind of prank or joke. So she decided to wait at the edge of the sidewalk while I walked down the driveway. It was a long driveway with weeds and plants growing up through it. On each side of the front yard, imagine grass that's about 2 feet high. Seriously, like a mini jungle. The whole scene gave me a weird feeling, but I took a deep breath and walked down the driveway, trying to stay calm. I walked up to the entrance, just about 10 meters away from the front door. 2 windows were cracked, covering it up. I peeked inside.
Oh, I thought it was the party.
And there wasn't a single light on. It was dead quiet.
Yo. No, I can hear you. My bad. I thought I was in a party with y'all, and I party with some random guy then.
No noise at all. Standing there,
how you doing,
I started
bro?
seriously regretting my decision to walk down this driveway. After a few seconds,
yeah, I can be honest with you. I could help you. I like this texture pack, so I could make like if you want to see my world, I can show you next if you want.
I'll see your world, and then I'm gonna show you a place.
Show me around.
Wearing tall sunglasses.
Oop, hold on, let me get this guy.
A very dirty and partly ripped one.
I'm dead.
As soon as he spots me, he says loudly, it must be you. I was waiting for you. I turned to face him, looking towards the lawn, the front yard.
There's a lot of.
Because I was ready to run back to my mom. Things seemed weird.
Your mouth look cool. Oh, what? Damn.
Yeah, creepers be sneaking up on you, bro. Like
I could tell, bro. They're quiet, bro. Okay, I'm right here.
Alright.
Turn around.
What was he wearing?
So let me see. Oh wait, oh there's a gravestone right there. There's a gravestone in this. So that's all your stuff right there.
Oh, that's cool.
You just got it.
Oh, that's cool. Hey, how much does it cost?
It's free.
Free?
It's just, yeah.
Can you show me? Can you show me after?
Yeah, it's in the marketplace. Yeah,
okay,
it's in the store.
Show around. I like to play. So far, like I like this. It's fun.
Yeah. So let me show you the map, because the map is pretty much just every region of the server.
Okay.
We got like New York.
Oh,
we got.
Okay. Oh shit. Okay, hey, I don't know. I need you, bro. So what can I do, bro? To be with. I can help whatever y'all need. Y'all build nice. I don't know, like I just see half of it. It's nice. Oh shit! I fall off.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I was looking at it, bro. I was looking at it. It looks so good, bro. You know. Shit. I'm sorry, bro.
No, you good.
I started playing Minecraft again, like a month ago. So I'll try to. I got my world. I have it for like only like a week. That's how far I got in a week.
Because I noticed you had like diamond tools and stuff.
Yeah.
And like netherite, almost netherite.
Yeah, I'm about to get netherite on, man. I was thinking about doing it today, but I got a girlfriend, you know.
Yeah.
Coming over and stuff. So I don't know if I'm gonna be on still, you know.
Fair enough.
Never heard time. But so how's your day, man? How you doing?
That's good, that's good. What time is it for you?
For me right now is 1:07.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And we're in the same time zone, because in this server it's like, there's a bunch of people across the world and stuff. Anyway.
Ooh, I was gonna ask you, how do you do this? I need to figure out how, I'm trying to figure out myself how you do this. This is hard. It's really hard.
Basically, it's just you put maps in an item frame, and then it shows up as like the full image. And so you get individual map.
Hey, let me invite my friend to the party, cause he's the one be helping me too.
So, I thought finally I was going to meet his kids.
He's cool.
And that's why I came here.
Hey, can you help me with my? Can you help me do this for my world? Oh,
yeah, I can help you do this. Yeah.
I want something like this.
I could. Hold up. I'm gonna show you New York. Cause
New York, you going to New York? I just live in New York. Let's go there right now, bro. Let's go to New York. I just live there. I'm dead ass, bro. I just live everything I love on, bro. Before my grandpa passed away.
Alright, hold on.
Let's go there. Oh yeah.
New York is probably the most exciting country right now, or exciting place. I mean.
How many people you got on your server?
Probably like right now, like on average, like 4 maybe. I think.
On average, and then how many builds y'all do a day? Like how, do y'all build a lot or y'all like?
Oh, build. Yeah, we build. Oh, I build a lot. Yeah.
I'm gonna get in the boat with you. I'm gonna get a boat with you. Let's go. Yo, what's good, bro?
There was also no light.
Hey, look at my live right now. Look at my stream. What's it called? He's showing me around right now. He could build, bro. I'll ask him. He can make a map for me, like a big map.
So that's what I do.
Yeah.
I climb up the creaking staircase.
When you see this is nothing compared to New York. Like, New York is where I put all my effort in. Most of this is just like my friend's stuff. Like that.
There was no sign of a daisy or
yeah, that's why it looks really destroyed and stuff. Because people.
No, I don't like that. I hate when people do that. Like the hard work, you know.
Yeah.
Like that's why for me, I got trust issues. People come to my world, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the part of this world though, because it's like, you know, it's kind of like you can bomb people and stuff like invade countries and stuff. So it's kind of.
Whistling and tapping his feet against the
Creeper.
No bullshit. Creeper almost killed us.
Where are they? They're not up here. And he looks at
highways are probably the best thing you can make for your world.
They're sitting right here.
If I do it, I gotta make it look nice.
He lifts his right finger and points to the old crooked.
Y'all did it quick to get to your waypoint. That's smart though.
I got shivers up my
Y'all didn't want to run.
tingling around my head.
How long did it take you to do this?
Probably like a couple months. But yeah, this is New York. There's also Chicago, but it's not as...
Chicago, I live by Chicago, bro. I live like an hour away from Chicago.
Yeah.
Bro. I could take a train there, like an hour away.
Oh, I live in Chicago too. I mean, you know. But yeah, this is New York, so we got, you know, the World Trade Center, the Twin Towers. They used to be here, but they got destroyed. Just like we got a bunch of buildings and stuff. Somebody lives in New York, but they keep getting bombed for some reason.
That's fucked up.
We got Brooklyn. Brooklyn over there got bombed.
Damn, why Brooklyn? I live in Brooklyn. Damn, what's wrong with that shit, bro?
Brooklyn keeps getting bombed. New York just keeps getting bombed for some reason. And then we got Harlem, the Thug Shaker in Harlem.
I turn to the bed and signal to absolutely nothing that I'll be back in a minute.
That's gonna be airport right there?
Oh yeah, that's the airport. We got the planes in the sky. This plane used to face the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
And this was bad building design. I built that.
I like it though. It's not bad though. The way how you did it though,
yeah, like it looks nice.
No, the thing is the side of it. You gotta do the side of it like how you did. You gotta match all 4 sides, you know.
It was one of the craziest screams I've ever heard in my entire life.
I'm telling you, bro.
And then this is Chicago. You can see over there. You can see based on the building. This is Willis Tower.
Chicago, the ghetto as hell. In real life, I'm gonna lie. People only go in Chicago to downtown. That's it.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only part that exists in the server. Oh no, wait, there is O Block too.
O Block, they got O Block on here. It's dangerous right now.
Yeah. So yeah, this is Chicago. We got a couple buildings. It's alright. We got the Sears Tower. The Sears Tower. And then we got O Block over here. Last time somebody was in O Block, they got shot. So be careful. And then we got the Metro, I guess. The railroad. If you wanna, I don't have any minecarts. Dang.
I got food.
Oh, hold on. If you need food,
yeah, we go run there. I don't got a problem.
Okay. Cause this goes all the way to Aurora.
Give me a
second.
Give me 1 second. Hold on.
We had a bad trip.
Alright.
To me, every trip was bad, as I hate Kansas. One time, we ran over a dead
I'm sorry, I had to text my girl.
and simple.
Let's go.
It had a red and black shirt and jeans.
Thank you for the food.
It was a two-lane highway going north.
So yeah, we got multiple trains, express trains, I guess.
Was toward the right edge of the lane, and what used to be the head was to
Hey,
the
a frog, nice.
which would happen towards the middle of the
I'm gonna. You ready for the new dogs? The rare white dog.
it had already been
No. Oh. I don't know. I don't know if it's still like if they released it or not. I don't know. The last update I really liked.
Oh shit, creepers!
Oh god, creepers everywhere, bro. The last update I really cared about was like 1.18. So I don't really know about any others.
I'll go take hold on.
Okay.
My bad. I was just.
My husband used to get off work at 3 a.m.
Yeah, but this basically just goes to Naperville.
Hey,
someone.
You wanna get started on my map? I'm gonna lie.
Sometimes 12 a.m. I was always.
Yeah, you know, yeah.
It had just started to rain that night.
I'm gonna make it to this train stop real quick, and then I'll go.
I know, bullshit. That's crazy how you find me though. I'm not lying, like.
I have found you on the live for PlayStation thing.
Oh, you can follow you can follow me if you want, you know. You're on YouTube. I'll be live every day. Shoot.
Yeah, it's basically just like a way of, you know, it's like
I understand. You know, I'm gonna lie. Whenever you get like a lot of materials, whatever kind of materials you want, we could like make this place look like actually like look like one, you know. It's gonna take a long time, but we could do it.
That's what I was planning on doing, but then I got bored, so I was
like if you want to do it, I hope if you want like oh bullshit, like if you're gonna make a new world just for like no greasing, then cause I feel like if I build something, somebody gonna buy my shit. Gonna do 9/11 on me. Oh shit! Oh damn! I thought I had it. I thought I had a dream. I thought I had a dream. I had a dream.
Oh no, bro! We made it all the way over. We made it all the way over here too. The second we made it at the end.
Okay, you ready to go, Mark? I'm going my way.
Alright, I'm gonna.
But I like it. Oh bullshit. I like the New York though.
What the? Someone blew up the courthouse. What the heck?
No, what? Who gonna blow up a courthouse? That's the government live at. Not the government,
yeah.
You know? That's all documents and shit.
Okay, hold on. Let me go on top of the Willis Tower, and then the Sears Tower, and then...
I'm gonna invite y'all when I get in.
God. Nope, dang it, nope. Okay, I guess we're not going to Chicago.
He usually wore a flannel dress shirt with a cardigan or a sweater vest over top, and sometimes a bow tie. He was medium height, but walked with a bit of a hunch, which made him appear shorter. Jack was a really interesting used to own part of a construction company, but he sold his interest to one of his partners.
Wait, so you be on every day or no?
Working at a used bookstore.
Me, yeah.
Okay.
Mostly every day, yeah.
When, like, if you want, you can help. If you want, like, whenever you want, you can help my word look better. If you want, you could build like a couple houses if you want, your own house. I'm gonna write you right now.
As time went on, we actually became really good friends. He would invite my wife and I over for dinner every now and then, and we would have him over too. It was a Friday night, and we were at Jack's house.
Well, I can't find your name. Did you add me back?
Oh, no.
Hey, did you add me
Yeah,
back?
I see you. I see your name. I'm joining now.
Oh, yeah, because I can't write you.
I excused myself from the table and walked down the hall. On my way there, I passed Jack's office and looked in.
Give me a second. I'm
His
trying.
laptop
No,
computer
you good. Take your time, bro.
desk was turned on.
Yeah.
World. Okay. Survive. Okay. What in the world? I like the snow. I do like the snow.
I
Follow me.
immediately felt guilty, but I couldn't resist my curiosity. I started
No.
by checking his browsing history, and there wasn't really anything
So over here is over here is still a construction. This is an industrial place.
Oh, the industrial area.
Well, the villagers. I got automatic tree farm.
I started seeing more and more images of my house, all taken at night.
You come over here. That's all. The first floor is just trading. Second floor.
Oh, this looks.
Second floor. This is a Menji villager right here. A Menji one.
My eyes were fixated on the screen.
Oh shit! I'm stuck.
Oh, they're all massive.
And this one right here, he got Fortune 3. Fortune 3 and Breaking 2.
Oh, and I think this railroad is for put in the villages. Okay.
Come over here. Oh, there's lightning. I just saw lightning. Right there is a
Jesus Christ.
Right there is an automatic. Come over here. Let's go to bed. Come on, let's go.
Okay.
That's just an automatic villager thing, whatever.
Oh, these houses.
I know. We just gotta go to bed right over here right quick.
Okay.
So this right here, this is place like it's like main hub, whatever people can grab whatever they need.
Oh yeah, like a material building.
Yeah.
I had this. Like tools, materials, stuff like that. Snow.
I'm gonna show you around real quick.
We sold the house as soon as we could and never saw Jack again.
Over here is a mine to like diamond level, whatever. You can go diamond level if you want, whatever you want.
This okay, look awesome,
right there is okay. Right here is my house. That's my house right there. Okay, right now you can have that corner right there with the black bed. It's furniture. You can stay. That's an Airbnb. It's an Airbnb. So you can. It's still under construction. It's still I need dark oak wood. I'm still looking for more. And right here is like little gift shops when I get more people, so they can start selling their own items.
This looks nice.
And you come over here. Right here is I already finished this today. That's diamond level.
Oh Jesus!
And then my statue. Be careful.
Oh God.
And you come this way. Right here is like a main hub for like a chatting table, or like a tower or whatever.
Oh. Dang, we did a building.
And over here is a little shack over here. If you want to go fishing. Okay, can I tell you? Can I tell you where I want the map at?
Yeah.
Okay, I want it right here. This is a big spot too, cause there's a lot of open. Cause I want to use every space, I want to put it right here.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. Okay, so what I need is just
come over here. Whatever you need to use. Everything here. I got everything organized upstairs. Chest. Everything here. Everything.
Dang, bro is organizing.
So,
yeah, so I just need.
Paper, I got sugar. I got my sugar cane farm over there. If you know, I got bone meal. If you want, here. Here, this
sugar
for
cane.
you.
Okay. Oh.
You know you're gonna need that.
Oh, this is a lot. I would definitely need this. Okay.
I got. You let me know what you need. I'll help you. I'll help you go get it.
I think you have the leather.
Leather.
How big do you want it to be? Like, you want it to be like
yours.
Okay.
Like that.
So, I need.
You tell me what you need. I need. Grab it.
What kind of blocks do you want it to be made out of?
So like you see like the theme a little bit around here, like the oak and.
Oh yeah. So, like the wood.
Yeah.
Like a wood.
Yeah. Let me see if I invite you. You gotta add him probably. That's why. Add him back right quick. Hey, can you add my friend so he could join?
Join my room or?
No, mine. So because you need to. Cause for some reason you're in. He's in the party.
I couldn't explain it at the time, but I felt a presence in my bedroom. Like someone was watching me.
Yeah. Let me send it to. Alright, there you go.
But as soon as I turned it on, I heard a person run away.
Now you added me? That's crazy.
There was someone in my apartment.
That's why I couldn't find you.
I'm pretty sure that I heard Gary's door slam as well. Even without that piece of evidence, I would have thought it was him. I immediately dialed my parents and went over to their house that night. After I calmed down,
actually, hold on. What am I doing?
Although I can't be sure.
I might just be watching. I don't know. Like I like watching people build. I don't know. It's like a little like comment. You know, like.
Yeah.
But if you gotta. But if you're gonna be playing this world too for a while, if you whatever you want, cause I'm gonna start doing currency with diamonds. Like diamonds, currency is only diamonds, you know. That's what I'm gonna start doing. I'm gonna have like a whiteboard where like not like a board, but like where you look at the big. Right now you're making the map. When you look at it, the corner, it's gonna have a diamond. That's the currency. For like start like you know. What you need? I can help you, bro.
I think I'm gonna need 18 leather.
18 leather. I need more cows.
And then
I'll be back. I'm gonna go start killing cows. Wait, actually, is Water Trader?
Oh, Water Trader. Oh.
I'm gonna kill. What's it called? This. Here. I got 5 leather.
5 leather. Okay. And then I need to make these, turn these into maps.
You still can't join? Hold on, hey, let me exit and come back on, okay?
Okay.
Cause for some reason he can't. For some reason he can't join. I don't know. Does your Minecraft do that too or no?
Hmm?
Like one friend could join, but the other one can't.
Sometimes that happens to me, but it doesn't usually happen that much because it's on a round. Because mine is a round, so like democracy and communism. What? Okay. Democracy. Interesting.
Oh, I got some LED lights from my I'll order off a TikTok shop. Yeah, my game taking forever long. Okay, y'all could join.
There it is.
Leather. I gotta go get some leather. I'm gonna kill horses. Sorry for the viewers. Let you know right now I'm gonna kill horses. No offense to anybody who loves horses.
Horses? What?
Nothing personal. Nothing personal. I gotta get leather. I don't see no cows, bro.
Horses though, like.
Okay, I see another horse, but I can't kill it because it's my friends. I feel bad if I kill it. But I see a group of other horses next to it, though.
Bruh.
They're dropping you leather,
no, because I think like you'd have to kill like 3 horses or something to kill.
No, I got like 6. I got like 6 already. I killed like 3 horses. I got loot in 3, so I get the chance of it again, like the high rate.
Taking a while.
I'll come back right now. Just drop this off to you. Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to join. It's taking 3 decades. Okay.
His name was Fred, and he was about 50 years old. He was a tall guy with bad posture.
Why he got off?
So he really stood at around average height. But I imagine if he straightened his back, he would have been at least 6'2".
There we go. Now it's working. Oh, okay.
It's on the floor in front of you. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Can I get it?
Alright, there we go. Alright, 11.
How many more leather you need? I'll go get more.
I need like, hold on. 7.
7, okay.
Materials. I'm gonna get like, oh, that's a lot of wood. Honestly, I'm gonna leave this. I'm gonna use that wood instead. Craft me a stack.
I sat there startled for a few seconds, staring at the door. I got up and slowly tiptoed over to it and looked out the people, but the coast was abandoned. He must have left already, I thought. I waited for a few seconds, then quietly cracked the door open and stuck my head out and looked down the hall. I could see Fred walking away, and he was carrying
I got 2 more. I'm gonna give her behind you.
Okay.
Hey, what you doing with the ammos, bro?
I know it would not be much safer if I had an actual bed. There's something chilling about the fact that guy can be so close to me while I'm sleeping.
I gotta get more leather.
Oh.
I want to put another beacon over here, but I don't know where yet. But I'm gonna do that soon. Just put the quartz in the chest upstairs. It was organized.
I don't think he had much success because everyone always locks their doors. From then on, I just tried to avoid Fred and never confronted him or anything. But would occasionally
why is it so hard to look for a cow?
Someone tried to open my door. A few times I actually got up and looked down the hall.
Okay, everybody go to bed.
What do you? It ain't even nighttime, you know?
Oh. Oh, my bad. I don't know. I go to bed quick, you know.
It's like, bro. I'm like, it's not even sleep.
I'm sorry, bro. No, because the creepers at nighttime, bro. You know how they be like, you know how they come up to you, you know.
Yeah.
It's just like,
trying to be extra safe.
Hell yeah, bro.
Okay.
Well, we good. No, we good over here. I think we should be good because the place light up. I need to light up the back a little bit.
So yeah, this look lit up enough, I think.
I don't know. I'm gonna go lit up the back behind the beacon over here. It's kind of dark.
My grandparents used to live in a different house that was only a few houses down from
He should be on the 2nd floor.
I remember
I didn't even realize you gave me that. But okay.
I always wanted to go back and get them. I remember on several
He should be on 2nd floor next to should be two versions together. See, it's creepers over here, bro. That's why I'll be coming over here, bro. Creepers be
everywhere.
Hey, you know how to make a creeper farm or no?
No.
I mean, yeah, bro. You got like, cause for rockets, it's hard to get rockets. That's why the way I kill, the way I get my rockets, I kill creepers.
13 leather. No, 13.
I got one on me right now. I'm gonna come back though.
She told me we're almost going onto our neighbor's property.
This in there.
I told her what happened.
And then
She looked over at him. The old man began to say
Here's
things
one.
like, "Your dog is in my garage.
you.
She wandered in here.
And then
Come get her. I'll give you some candy."
How many we need left? 3, 4?
3, yeah. Yeah, 3.
I had grown bored.
I think 3, yeah.
Down
What?
on the grass.
Yeah, 3.
I remember my older sister.
There's like one more cow or like a horse.
She
I'm
said
gonna
something
go there
like
right
this. When I say so,
Where is it?
run. Got it.
There it is.
I just nodded in return.
Yeah.
Need to run. As my older sister stared the man down, he soon began to start walking out of his garage. The man began to talk about Candy,
Dang it. Oop.
our dog,
Okay.
and other things.
Why it's so hard to find a cow, bro?
I remember looking at him in a confused
3
manner
more.
as he got
When you're not looking for them, they pop up on the way, you know?
My sister whispered, "Now," to me, and we both got up and began to run back to the house.
Or a horse.
Oh, you got
The man was
pigs then.
screaming at us to come back. Once we ran inside,
Oh, I'm gonna be.
my older sister told my parents what happened. They confirmed that we should never
Okay.
talk to him.
There we go.
I'll be honest with you, bro. I died in this world. I lost so much good shit. I didn't quit, you know? I was gonna quit so many times.
Weird encounter. I tossed it aside. I didn't understand the severity until much later. Several times after that,
I want to take this armor, but I'm not going to.
No. That's what's it called. That's what most of all broken. That's just for decoration. Like all my, you know, like the wear I use on it.
I'm looking for like.
seconds away from
I'm
crowning me.
gonna look for like iron armor, just like spare iron armor or something.
I should have iron armor. I should have iron. I should have some iron in the shotgun box.
That's a fishing rod.
Yeah, I got.
But I think it had something to do
Whatever.
with his heart. To be honest, at the time, I didn't care at all. I was happy he was gone.
I
I
got
don't
one
know.
too.
Sister and I wouldn't get creeped on anymore.
Oh, no.
Now that I think about it all these years later,
Okay, I'm looking for.
Random gold boots.
but at the time, I didn't think much of it since I was so young. What I wonder about now,
What happened, bro?
why he wanted my older sister and I to come into his
One of his
house.
friends.
Why
No,
he
I know
wanted
what you.
my dog.
What'd you say, bro?
What
That was
was
the
he
guy.
planning to do with us?
Huh?
What you need?
3 iron, I think. That's it. I mean, 3 leather. 3 leather.
I got it right now for you. I'm gonna just take the outer frames out of here. I don't care. Like,
Looking back, I don't understand.
I got the. I already found some spare iron armor.
Anything but
yeah.
It looks like it's from a raid, so I don't think it's
staying over
like
at his
imported.
place on Friday after school, and we started playing one-on-one soccer in the
Because
backyard.
it's like beat up, basically.
Playing for about
Okay, I'm
20
coming right now
minutes.
to you.
He
Where
asked
you
me
at?
if I'd heard of a game called
I'm by the carrot farm, the industrial.
I'm gonna put it on the wall for you.
Okay.
There, I put it there.
somewhere, and when someone walks or drives
You need a light show to do this part?
hoping to get some kind
Oh,
of reaction,
it would be useful, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I can give you my light show, but can I get it back when you're done?
word was mop.
Yeah.
Here.
I mean, if you don't have to though. You don't have to.
Okay.
I agreed to play, so we went down to his
I'll give
front
it to you.
yard and looked up and down the road to see if
I
there was
don't
anyone
got them. I got gunpowder. I don't got that much rockets.
on the main road, so only residents would be the
I'm
ones
blowing
going
rockets
past.
right now.
At the end of Kidd Street,
Yeah.
about 20 houses down, was the bush.
It's
I wasn't expecting many people to pass
the
by.
leather.
No, I put it on the wall.
The garbage bins that stand by the driveway
Hmm.
fence, and Kid was hiding on the opposite side.
I got glow still. Know what I'm gonna do?
We positioned ourselves.
I don't see it on the wall. Oh. Shit, never mind, I'm stupid. I was wondering, I'm like, I was looking for leather, but I didn't realize. Okay.
4 p.m., so it was still
So now I gotta go
he made the game sound
get
like
some
About 2 minutes in, a car drove by, so
Is
No,
this
what-
sugarcane?
Next to the pumpkins.
no surprise.
Oh yeah, yeah. I see
What's
this.
it called? My next. What's it called? When I get 20 subscribers, I'm gonna do like a giveaway, like a gift card or whatever, you know, like for V-Bucks or GTA.
20?
What happened?
The man and woman stopped,
20? Wait, how many subscribers?
I got 16 right now.
started walking again. That was the exact reaction that I
You
was
guys, you said you're gonna do a giveaway.
This went on for a while.
Got 20. Alright, so I was like, you know, like that's kind of like, I don't go. That's kind of hard, you know. You want to get more people, you know, get in here.
We continued playing.
Well,
As I said
I
before,
don't need
Kid was a cool kid, and I just wanted to fit in.
put my chest plate on. I felt like doing no chest plate.
Anymore. over.
Oh, shoot, I don't want to eat it. Okay. No, some breaking through.
I gave him the signal that somebody was near, and he waited. As the man was getting closer, I could see that he was talking to himself.
You don't got no more ammo? Just take that out of the thing.
As he got even closer, I could see that
Hold up. Oh.
Yo, go chill with the villagers. We got pumpkins and that.
his face
We
was
could chill with them.
dirt, and I was starting to get nervous. When the man was walking past my side,
You die, bro? Or you good?
he showed something that I was not expecting. He showed it out. Dickhead. The man looked right towards the house in an instant, with a furious expression on his face.
I'm gonna use these emeralds to trade with villagers. You know, these melons.
You don't have to do it right now.
With his eyes fixed on the house, looking and muttering to
So
himself.
why am I? I
Eventually,
don't
he
know.
started walking back the way
I'm just
he
waiting
was
for you to do the map.
Once
That's
he
all
was
I'm
out of
just.
my view,
That's why I'll give you the
behind
elytra.
the bins and made my way
Yeah.
over to Kate.
I'm waiting for this sugarcane to grow so I can get these some paper, more paper.
I got bone meal. I got hella bone meal, bro. I got skeleton farm.
I forgot you have bone meal. I'm like,
Yeah, I'm good. I forgot I got bone meal.
okay. I said I was just.
Here, I'm gonna start. Come on. Hey, so come over, follow me. I want you to break it. I'm gonna just spam the shit out of it.
Okay.
You ready? This is AFK farm. AFK farm, not that hard, you know. Just hold the trigger down.
Honestly, you know, like if this was Java edition, maybe. Like you could put like the bone meal on one hand, sugarcane the other. So.
Oh, that should be OP. They need to do that though. They even need to do that because PC have it.
What,
oh, wait.
Oh, the zombie. I think this might be enough, because I think... Because I'm at 14 and I need only 18. So I might have enough already. Let me see. Turn this into... Yeah, I'm way ahead. Okay. Alright, so first map.
We'll just throw everything.
Okay.
Eventually we got out of the bush and started running on the road back to the house. When I got back,
nice.
Kit was already there, out of breath.
Okay, so now I gotta go to this pathway. Where this pathway ends.
Murdered. I never spoke of this story to anyone, and Kit apparently hasn't either. I haven't stayed at Kit's house since.
So I think now should be a different map. Yes. Okay. So this one is clear. I guess that this one is kind of different because it's not. You guys don't have like regions, I guess.
That's fine.
Like I do. Like,
yeah, you good.
So like, you know, I don't have to name all the maps and stuff.
Oh, you good. No, like when I get more building and shit, I'm gonna have to, you know. But right now, you know, it's not that. I want to see how everything that, you know.
So this is where that map is. So then, looks like there's a river. Hold on, I gotta. Okay. Oh, the river. Oh, dang it. I was gonna use it as like a. That's the one kind of tricky part about this. It's like you don't know when one map ends and another one begins.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I got it. Let me see. Ooh, crash into a building. Oops.
But as I was walking home, I saw the truck turn down a street. Then it came out the other end further down and went back the way I came from. To give you an idea of the neighborhood, it wasn't set up like regular blocks. More like a main road and a bunch of roads that all moved around and came back to the main one.
Yeah.
At first I just figured the guy was lost or something. I didn't think much of it. As I was getting closer to my house,
did I go too far north?
darker,
Oh,
and I saw the
man.
truck again.
Okay, hold on.
Another thing about my neighborhood.
No, take your time, bro. I'm not gonna bug you about it. I gotta, oh shit, it's just John here. I gotta finish this river. We'll put his hand.
I continued walking.
This might get a little confusing, but
This time just parked on the side, facing the road I came out of.
what the?
I then turned onto the road that my house was on,
Oh wait, so this,
driving slowly behind me with the lights out.
so this is a spawn that then
What happened? No, that's mine. I did that. Don't worry about it.
there's a pathway. I'm looking for this pathway. Where does this pathway go? There's a. Apparently, there's a pathway. Where is this pathway at? The game's saying that there's a. I'm a little okay. I'm gonna show you what the map on the map, cause. Oh no, never mind. Never mind. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Okay, never mind. I see it. I see it.
We good. No, you see you see how I'm changing the river with sand? I'm gonna fill this place up with tropical fish and stuff. So you know.
Oh, this okay. I'm dumb.
I take my time, my baby. I ain't gonna lie.
What the? Something was here. It got destroyed though. There's a bunch of like wood over here and a random like.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah, that was like, I had a guy, a kid, whatever, got on. Like he played only one time and he got off.
Oh, I can. Oh, Jesus Christ! This must have been busy. Yeah, it was like at least like 10 stacks of wood.
Yeah. I just think, yeah. That kid, he kind of, you know, that day kind of can't, you know. Nice.
Oh, I know. I gotta go back. I kind of like this, the Minecraft, the new terrain.
Oh, yeah.
Because my world is like, it generated in 2018, so it's really old.
No, that's the thing I like about your world. That's the thing you don't understand. You like your world, like it's 2018, like you said. Like you be having that world for a fat minute, you know.
Yeah.
So like you can't replace that world at all, you know.
What the? Okay, there we go. Oh, this is looking epic. I like this generation because it's like the river. It turns around.
Yeah. Alright, so
now I gotta make one quadrant over here.
Hell yeah! Oh shit! Look at the! Oh my god! That looks so cool, bro.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you, bro. Bro, thank you, bro. You helping me a lot, bro. I was like,
did I get this area? I might have. Yep, I already got this area. Dang it. That's the problem with these maps and stuff, is that like, sometimes they get like duplicated. It's like, when you accidentally duplicate it, it's like, bruh.
Was that like normal?
Yeah. It makes it like the same map, two of the same map. So like, one map looks identical and that map just becomes useless. Anyway. Oh, that. Man. I didn't need to put that there, but you know what? I mean, I guess.
What happened?
No, it's just the map that I filled in. I just filled in a map, but it was literally just all green. Like I'm like, I didn't need to put that there.
I need to do
exactly what I was, but I had managed to narrow it down to a section of 3 or 4 apartments.
Oh, it's gonna look real though, because of this ice spike thing.
That was it.
Sound like that Ice Spice.
Like Ice Spice biome.
Hey, who think gonna win in that fight? Jake Paul or Mike Tyson?
Oh, Mike Tyson. 100%.
Mike Tyson gonna whoop his little. I'm talking about. He's gonna whoop his ass.
Yeah. That's anybody who says Jake Paul's gonna win that is
this sucker his. You know what? You know.
Yeah.
Come on, like.
Where is this? This ice.
Oh, but you're gonna have like them people gonna watch the game like really good, like this season stupid, like season like you know like cheating. They're gonna call that home.
There's a sand biome over here? Oh no. Wait, there is a sand biome. What the?
I got a sand biome. I don't even know I got one or not.
that's what I'm saying. I'm like, there's sand somewhere. It's somewhere. Somewhere next to the ice spike. Spikes. The sand biome somewhere. Where is the sand? Oh, never. Wait, is it? Honestly, I'm not even sure if it's.
When I was a child, I don't think I was even in kindergarten yet. I lived with my grandparents. My mom
Oh, never mind. It's just a beach biome, I think. Yeah, never mind. You have a lot of sand, but it's not a sand biome. Alright. We got a new biome on the map. Bam. What the? Oh, bruh. There we go. Hey, that looks nice. So now I gotta go on South River. Oh, you can like make like a city out of this and like.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, like split the city into like.
That's why. That's why I need more people like to help me build. You know, I'm just one person.
Yeah, hold on. Let me. There we go. Oh, that farm is massive. The farm takes up like. You're gonna have to update it though. What's in that?
Damn, that's a big biome.
Okay, so now we gotta go towards this like. What is that? That like town square looking thing? Here it is.
Yeah. Well, I got a question, but yeah, behind you. That's gonna be like a villager hall. It's gonna have more villagers.
Yeah.
I got a question. When I build more, do I gotta reload the map every time or what?
When you, I mean, it depends. Like, probably I'd say reload it after like probably like a month or so.
Okay.
Yeah, cause like you don't want it to be too outdated, you know.
Okay, I need your help doing that. You gotta teach me the way.
Oh, there's a village over here. I don't know if you guys.
You know, yeah, it's in the snow. Yeah, I've been there. That's where I got the villagers.
Yeah. What the frick is this pattern? Oh, it's probably a railroad, I think.
Yeah, it is. Just to get the villagers over here.
Yeah. I like this world, yeah. This is like
Can you rate it? Be honest rate.
This is like probably 10 out of 10.
That's what my other friend I met. He said 10 out of 10 too, but like I don't.
Like I don't. This is the kind of world I wanted to make like a couple of years ago when like Village and Pillage just came out. Like I like the wood. I like all the wood. It's really wood heavy.
Oh, yeah.
So now I gotta go.
When my girlfriend get here, I'm gonna just go AFK right quick, and she let me know when she's here.
Okay.
I'll still be in the game.
Okay. So I gotta go.
Hey, I'm gonna put it on peaceful.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I can't. Okay, I don't got time to be worrying about mines right now. When you're doing my light choice, you can throw it to me. I'm gonna just look at the map.
Okay.
No, I'm not going nowhere though. I'm gonna just stay right here. Shit.
Ooh, how did I not die?
I've been up since 4 in the morning.
Oh, damn.
I would like live streaming for like probably like 30 minutes, you know, because I had like the little itch to play Minecraft, you know.
Yeah.
And then I was just like, fuck it, you know. I got on, and I built the Chinese tower or whatever. I put that there. I did that last night. It looking nice, bro.
Oh, this. I like the world generation of this. It's like 4 rivers, like 4 different islands.
I could give you the CD if you want it.
Okay. So now I gotta go on the other side of this island right here. And be like.
And you know it's crazy too. The end portal is not that far either. It's like look at me. That way, you pass like the swamp. There's a village over there. It's right there. It's not that far, bro.
Good. This is good.
I got lucky, bro.
Okay, so now I gotta go like just a little bit past that plains biome. So, like straight this way, I think. So I think I see where your spawn was. I think maybe. So then this may be it.
It's cold. I don't know. I got PJs on. I don't care. She gonna be like, really? You got PJs on still? I'm like, hell yeah, it's cold. I cut my PJs on. I got 2 pairs. You know, it's fucking cold out there.
Oh. Okay, so what might suck is that your map might be like an ocean.
That's fine. That part I don't care.
Okay. I'm gonna need gunpowder.
I'll give you the rest of my gunpowder. But you need more?
Yeah.
I don't got no more. That's all I got. I can put it back on normal and get to kill some mobs.
It's cool. Oh no, never mind. I got 4.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I got the 4 you get. I think that should be ammo if I use it smartly.
Smartly, you know, boys. I'll be spamming the shit out of it.
Yeah. I gotta stop spamming fireworks because it uses up your elytra.
That too.
Okay, so now I gotta go over here, down and down, and just keep going. I guess. Keep going. I want to say east, but there's no directions. I guess.
Yeah. No, I've been on live for 5 hours.
Like live?
What happened?
Live streaming for 5 hours?
Yeah, I'm right now. I'm live streaming for 5 hours right now.
The longest I think I've seen someone stream is like, I think 9 or 7 hours.
No, I want to start working in a ducture area. I want to start working over there more.
Yeah, like on the south.
Yeah, it's just too much damn snow. It's just like I don't want to keep dealing with it. That's why I just hold off. I'm holding off on it right now. You know.
All that snow.
Just looking at it and shit like it's like a bug.
Okay. I wanna. Is it the same map? No, it's not. Okay. This blue ocean. There's a really deep part right there.
My bad, my mic's so shitty. Give me a second, I'll be back, okay?
Okay.
When you don't want the lights, just put it in, just throw in my guy.
Alright. What the?
I've had no real diamonds. I've dug so far.
Jeez. Okay, so now I gotta go all the way out. What is that? That look weird, kind of scary too. It's just like a hole, I guess. Like a hole in the ocean, like Mariana Trench.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Like,
Nah. Yeah, like on the map, it's just like a really deep, big hole, like the size of like the world, the spawn area, your base area. Alright, so now I'm over here again. And now I just need to... You can eat in peaceful mode. Oh wait, maybe he does have a thing. Hold on. Oh no. Please, please, I hope this is a different map. It's probably not though. Yes! Yes it is. It is a different map. Okay. Look, it's fun, okay. So now before I go over there, gotta go across the ocean. And then I think this will be it.
Every ore except diamonds.
It'd be like that though.
Hello?
Oh, I'm almost finished.
Where you at?
I'm like...
Just do the last one. Just do the last one and come back. I'm gonna get off after this.
Okay. Yeah, cause I found like a random, like another continent basically. Okay. Oh, this is... I'm kind of curious what you guys use this for, cause it's like a tropical island kind of thing. Like, I mean, it's plain, but like it's still flat. Did I already use it? You did, man. So I gotta go across this ocean over here.